I figured I should let that play out one last time before we do this. Hello everyone! Welcome to the final Nonary stream of Virtue's Last Reward. Jesus Christ, it's actually been 9 streams? Oy vey. So last time, we got every single ending except for Phi's. 38, Jesus. Anyways. We learned that Luna's actually a golem, so that's a thing. And what else did we learn? We learned, I think it was last time we learned that Junpei, no, that's not Junpei. Actually, it might be, I'm not sure. Yep. Welcome to the stream, Doom. Jesus. Alright, let's just get in here. Alright, let's skip ahead. Alright. So last time, let's see. Ah, yes, okay. Last time we learned that the old woman that dies in, really? That dies in these 2 timelines? Yeah, she's actually a Kane. She is actually June from the first game. And Luna here is a golem, a robot. What was Quark's ending? I'm not sure. And let's see. I think it was last time that we learned that Sigma has robot arms. Anyways, we have every single ending unlocked except for this one. And we've also got every single one of these secret files except for the last page. Which means there's at least one more room for us to go through. So, without any further ado, considering the fact that this is probably going to take hours, let's see. Let's get a little context as I jump back to the ally of the second round of the AB game. And yes, Miali, only this ending remains. Hello there, Xiaomi. So you want to join in VC right now? Because we're live.
I am aware, but the question is, which name are you going to use if you're going to answer to me in chat and VC?
How dare you? You bamboozled me! Which one would you rather me use?
My actual names?
So, Xiaomi then?
I'm not Japanese. My name's Miale.
Sorry. Just... Ay. So, Manny, ending so much stuff to do. And according to you, I might be stuck here for another 6 hours. So let's not waste any more time.
Maybe not 6, but maybe 3 or 4.
Well, it's still gonna be a while. Luna and I stepped out of our AB room. Actually, hold on. Let me just... There, now you can watch me fail in real time. Luna and I stepped out of our AB rooms a little later than the others. They were already gathered in front of the projection, awaiting the announcement of the results.
You chose Ally, right? Are you sure that was okay?
Yeah, of course. I did too.
You sound pretty sure of yourself.
Oh, it's not confidence. I already know.
What?
Let's just go have a look, shall we? We'll know pretty quick whether I knew anything or not. It looks like this has changed.
Okay, let's go.
Because last time I did this route,
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed.
last time I did this route, I went down here without getting this ending, and out of nowhere, Phi just stabbed us in the back.
Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Everybody allies, except... Yep. So now she's got 9. Let's see, it would literally just take 3 more rounds of the AB game for everybody to get out of here.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly.
It's good to know that you've got your notes too.
Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
So, Phi, what the hell? Why'd you choose Betray? You chose Ally before.
I see. So you remember it too. The other round 2.
Yeah, the thing is, that doesn't really make sense when you go through the first time without picking Betray, you bitch! What? That wasn't even close to the response I'd expected. It felt anticlimactic. Hey, hold on a minute here. You know? You remember how I chose Betray last time in round 2?
Yeah, of course. Why do you think I chose Betray this time? Don't you remember what I said? That I'd make you pay?
Yeah, I do remember that. Then this is you making me pay?
Yes.
Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Something wasn't right. How could we both know about an earlier round 2? How could there have been an earlier round 2? Was it some sort of alternate history? What the hell was I thinking? That was conspiracy theory shit. Oh my god, wait till you read my notebook. Even if there was some sort of alternate timeline or universe or whatever, there was no way I could know what had happened in it. No way I could know. At least I didn't think there was any way I could know. But if I could, then how? I remembered Phi choosing Ally, then scowling at me when I broke my promise and swearing revenge. Except, the first time, again, I came down here, picked Ally, and she stabbed me right in the back anyways. So that hadn't even happened yet.
That was not a smart move, Sigma. I won't forget this. I'll make sure you pay. Even if it's the last thing I do.
Why did I know that? Perhaps more importantly, why did Phi remember it? What the hell did any of this mean? It had happened before, hadn't it? During round 1 of the AB game, when I was playing against Alice, I'd seen something. Phi had chosen Betray. But for some reason, I'd seen a reality where we'd chosen Ally instead. Suddenly, I realized that I wasn't alone. I looked up to see Luna, Clover, and Kay, and they all began to speak at once.
What happened?
Why did you choose Betray, Fi?
Yeah, you're the only one who didn't vote ally.
Fi looked away and scowled. For several long moments her eyes stared off into the distance, and I could also see her mind working. Finally, she sighed and spoke.
Right. Well, I've got 9 points now. So sorry, but I'm out of here.
Huh? What do you mean?
Do I really have to explain it? I'm leaving. Through the number 9 door.
Hey! Wait! I scrambled around in front of her and threw my arms
You're
out.
in my way. Move.
No! I'm not letting you go. What happened to you? I didn't think you were the kind of person who ditched the rest of us so that you could get away.
When someone betrays your trust, feels like a part of you dies. For me, I guess it was the part that cared. I don't think you have even the slightest idea what that feels like.
Betrays your... Wait, are you saying...
Whatever. Just get out of my way.
No, I'm not moving.
I see. Then you leave me no choice.
And again, as she spoke, Fi bent down and just moon jumps over us. Then shot up in the air and over my head. I spun around to see her standing next to the number 9 door with her hand on the lever. You...
Nice try.
She grinned and tightened her grip on the lever.
Plaudite, acta est fabula.
What the hell's that?
It's Latin. Applaud. The play
Play
has
has ended.
That's what it means.
Latin?
See you later.
Wait! Stop! I felt myself speaking before I even knew what the words were. Elapsum semel. Occasionem non ips potest Jupiter reprehender. Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity. Are you sure this is how you want it to end? What about the Nonary game? Zero, the bombs! We still don't know the truth about any of it. If you leave now, we never will. Is that really what you want?
Fine.
Curiosity. Sometimes you're a bitch, but sometimes you're amazing. Fi slowly let go of the lever. Look, I'm sorry about betraying you. I'm honestly not sure why I did it.
Forget about it. This time you chose ally and I chose betray. I think we're even.
That's fair.
What are you talking about?
When did you betray her? Are you talking about round 1?
No. We aren't talking about round 1 where...
Just drop it. There's no point. I doubt they'd understand even if you did tell them.
Yeah, that's... You're right.
Huh? I don't get it.
Well, at least it seems Fi has decided to remain.
You've really changed your mind?
Yeah, I'll stick around a little longer. Like he said, I can't leave until we figured out what's going on.
The AB game will continue until someone opens the number 9 door. If someone reaches 9 BP and doesn't open the door, the game will keep going.
Oh man, that's a relief. Please don't scare us like that again.
Now then, before we continue, oh Dio!
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 3 of the Ambidex game will be
The Star Round.
Star keys are required to open the gates. There is no set limit on usage of the star keys. The Ambidex gates can be opened as many times as the players wish to open them.
As many times as we want, huh? Then that means...
As long as you have the star keys, you can play the AB game as many times as you want.
And I've got all the codes written down this
You probably
time.
won't be allowed to play it continuously, however. There's a period of time between when the doors open and when the polling ends.
Based off the last 2 rounds, I think it's about 45 minutes long.
So you can repeat the game once every 45 minutes or so.
Oh, Oh, that's right. Didn't Zero
What?
Jr. say something about that?
As soon as the gates close, your colors can all shuffle up automatically.
The pair and solo assignments hop around a bit too.
Oh yeah. What are your bracelets, guys? Looks like I am a red solo.
I'm a magenta pair. Me too. That means we'll be a team this time. I think we'll do great. Yeah.
Who's gonna be my partner then? I'm a cyan pair.
They do not appear to be here. I, for instance, am a yellow pair.
Huh? Wait a second. If Luna and Clover are a magenta pair, Fi's a cyan pair, and Kay's yellow, who the hell am I supposed to partner up
The
with?
cyan pair, I imagine.
Vi and her mysterious partner.
How do you figure that?
Sigma, what colors are added together to create cyan?
Green and blue.
What color would you get by adding your red to that?
Pure white.
Exactly.
So you're saying the next set of chromatic doors are going to be white?
Yes,
How do you know?
because I have seen them. After leaving the archives, we found a warehouse very similar to this one. In it was a set of white doors. Well, to be precise, a set of doors which radiated white light.
Yeah, I saw him too. After we were finished in the garden, we went to the same warehouse he's talking about.
My question is, where is Dio right now?
They had the same little lock thingies. I'm 100% sure they're the next chromatic doors. What about the people back in the infirmary? Do they know about the white doors?
Yes, if we exclude Quark from their number, then I believe they do.
I wonder what colors they
As
are.
far as pairs go, we're missing a cyan and a yellow.
If Sigma's a red solo, then we should have a green solo and a blue solo back in the infirmary.
Well, I'm going back to the infirmary. Kind of worried about Alice and Quark. I'll go too.
As will I.
Oh, that's right. Wait, guys. There's something I need to tell you.
Huh? What is it?
Go on.
I meant to say something earlier, but I guess there was just so much other stuff going on. I looked at Fi. She nodded back. See, the truth is, Dio is a bastard.
What?
Oh no! You found another bomb?
Yeah,
Where?
in the garden.
No, that's not possible. We didn't see anything like that.
Could you have missed it?
No! No way! We checked every part of that room.
There was a number on this one too. It said 01. Since the one we found in the crew quarters said 03 on it, well, the trouble is I don't know where the number 2 and number 0 bombs even are.
You think there might be a third bomb out there somewhere?
I think there's a good chance.
Very well. We should split up and find this other bomb. It could be anywhere.
Yeah, I agree.
But even if we do find it, what are we supposed to do?
That is a concern for later. At the moment, our primary concern should be finding it.
You can't fight an enemy you can't see, after all.
Precisely.
All right, I'll head back to the infirmary and let everybody else know.
Please.
How about we set a time to meet back here, just in case? The time we have left until the chromatic doors open is... Let's see.
Quite a bit, actually.
1 hour and 57 minutes.
I think approximately half of that should be enough. When we have 1 hour remaining, we should meet back at the infirmary. Acceptable?
That sounds good to me. Right, I'll tell the others too.
Good. Let's go. One bomb's in the garden, one's in the crew quarters. If I really wanted to make sure no one got out of here, I would place one of those bombs inside the antimatter energy chambers. Inside the generator room. Hey, yo, why the music stop? So these are the white doors that Kay and Clover were talking about. Yeah, there's a lock on the thing. No question, these are chromatic doors, I guess.
So it seems.
Gah! When did you...
I've been here the whole time.
Seriously? I didn't notice you at all.
Oh, I guess your hearing's starting to go. How sad.
Yeah. So what do you want? Why are you stalking me?
I'm not stalking you. I just followed you here.
That's pretty much the same thing. But how did you do it? You were totally silent. Are you Batman?
I already told you I'm not. Remember? Back in the AB room when we met?
Yeah, actually... You also jumped super high all the way up to the ceiling.
Right. Aren't you curious about that graffiti?
Graffiti? Oh yeah. We still haven't figured out the 9th thing. Memento Mori. If the 9th lion ate the sun. Did a kid write that or what?
Why do you say that?
Well, they managed to spell 9th wrong. Who puts an E in there?
You're right.
Then again, maybe it means something.
Do you know what it means? The Latin part.
Hey, now give me a little credit. Even I know what Memento Mori means. You see it all over the place. As far as I know, it translates into something like, be aware of death, or remember your own mortality. Never forget that we all die someday. I guess it's sort of a cautionary thing?
What about the other part?
It's exactly what it says on the tin, right? Some sort of conditional about lions and suns. We see that all over the place. Anything come to mind?
No, nothing. Nothing at all. What about you?
Me? Huh, well, let's see. Memento Mori, if the 9th lion ate the sun. I repeated the words over and over in my head, but nothing. Whatever they meant, it was beyond me. But perhaps phi. Latin.
Huh?
Don't you know Latin? Maybe you can figure out more of it out.
Well, I know a little. More than most people, I guess, but I'm not an expert.
Then how do you know that phrase? That.
Oh, that. That's from, this.
She unpinned the brooch from her chest as she spoke and held it out to me. I hesitated for a moment, but then I took it.
Look at the back.
I turned it over. So I guess the I is pronounced like a J in Latin.
Yeah,
What is
a
this?
memento of my late mother.
N-J-N-E-T-H. Oh my god.
Well, I guess it's something like a memento.
What does that mean?
She died right after I was born. I was raised by foster parents, and they told me where the brooch had come from. Apparently, it was the only thing my mother had left behind.
What about your father?
Don't have one. I guess you could say I was a bastard. I never saw his face, and I don't know his name. I don't even know if he's alive.
Oh. Also, yes, Miali. Grasshopper Man. God damn it. I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I just handed her back the brooch.
That phrase got to be almost like a prayer for me. Whenever I had to make a tough decision, I'd say it to myself. Sometimes I'd just repeat it over and over like a chant. Before long, I had it memorized. Got me interested in Latin, and I started studying the language. Elapsum semel occasionum non ipsi protest Jupiter reprehendere. Not even Jupiter can find a lost opportunity. Sounds nice, doesn't it? But it seems kind of funny now. I mean, look at us. We've done what Jupiter can't. We can find our lost opportunities. That's why I followed you here. Thought it would be a good idea to talk to you about all this. Alone.
Yeah,
There's something
I
else we
agree.
need to do too, though.
Find the number 2 bomb.
Exactly. So we should get going. I'm pretty sure the bomb isn't in here. There's nowhere to hide it. So...
You're saying we should go somewhere else?
yeah. Well, come on, don't just stand there. We need to get a move on.
Without waiting for a reply, she turned and started towards one of the exits. I followed. I think that 9th, that I is actually a J. So now that's gonna drive me crazy until someone confirms it or denies it. There's no music here. The archives. Good place to hide a bomb. Now where the hell do we start looking?
I doubt it really matters. If it's here, we'll find it eventually.
So what about that Jupiter stuff?
We can talk while we look. Now get started.
I turned to a corner of the room and began to look while Phi spoke.
I'll start with a conclusion I've come to. Our consciousnesses seem to be able to jump through time. No, sorry. Through time isn't really accurate. It's more like we move through worlds.
Worlds?
Yes. I don't mean physical planets in this case. Talking about a whole different universe, really.
Oh, good.
Parallel
Multiverse
worlds.
theory. This should be fun. What?
Do you know about the many worlds interpretation?
Parallel worlds, multiverse theory? Yeah. Well, kind of. I think I've heard it once or twice.
Oh, well, I'll just explain it. Let's say... I don't care what it is, but could you move? Scratch your head, cross your arms, put your hands on your hips? Anything?
I had no idea what this was supposed to explain, but I did as she asked.
I see.
Uh-huh.
You crossed your arms just now, right? But you could have chosen to put your hands on your hips or clap. Now, maybe there are other Sigmas in other worlds who did all of those things. All of these worlds and realities are branching off from one another. The choices you could have made branched off from the moment you decided what you were going to do just now. Every moment you make a decision, another universe branches off, on and on into infinity.
It's very, very fucking complicated, and, Marvel ain't got shit on the real thing.
Each of those branches is an alternate world. A world where a version of you did something different. Haven't you ever thought about what life would have been like if you'd made different choices?
All the time.
What if you'd gone to this high school instead of that one? What if you hadn't started a study group? What if you hadn't told that girl you liked her?
What if I hadn't ever started streaming?
What if? What if? But are those what ifs really just what ifs? Or are there other worlds out there where you did those things? Anyway, that's the many worlds interpretation in a nutshell. I simplified it a lot. Doesn't have to be human actions, though. I just used your actions to make the explanation easier to grasp. The actions of a cat, the flight of a bee, the movement of a microorganism, even fluctuations in air temperature. All these can change history.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a second. I'll let microorganisms slide, but there's no way that air is conscious of anything.
Can you say for sure that you are?
What?
All of your actions are caused by the cells in your brain. If we go down a little further, then you could say all of your actions are the result of atoms or electrons, or smaller particles we haven't even discovered yet. Are those atoms and electrons still you making a decision at that level? How different are you from the air? I'd say not much. Human existence is just one part of reality. Falling in love is like a tulip blossoming. A tulip blossoming is like a tornado forming in South America. See what I'm saying? The only thing that really matters is the action of the most elementary particles of matter. That's where history happens. That's where universes branch out. Hey, you stopped. Are you done with that shelf?
Oh, no, not
Well,
yet.
keep looking while I talk. How familiar are you with quantum physics? Never mind, don't answer that. I'll try and keep it simple for you. Let's see. Hey, hand me that box, will you?
What, this thing? Sure. I handed the box I'd been examining over to her. She set it down on the desk and opened the top.
Also... Ah, there's a stuffed lion over there.
Oh, are you going into Schrodinger's cat?
Perfect. He's part of Felidae, too.
With that, she grabbed the lion and tossed it unceremoniously into the box. She also took a weight and an ink jar and put them in next to the lion.
All right, everything's ready.
Ready?
Remember that book in the crew quarters about Schrodinger's cat? It relates to all this stuff I've been talking about. Anyway, come look at the box.
What about looking for the...
This'll only take a minute. Now look.
I shrugged and peered into the box.
What do you see?
Well, there's a
From
stuffed
now on,
lion.
that's a cat. A living cat. This is important. Got it?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
cat
man.
meow.
This again?
Sorry, I can't help
I
it.
find that hard
Can't
to
help it.
believe. Ugh, fine. Maybe I can just ignore it.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
All right, what else do you see?
A weight that's not even a pound, a pond, and a jar of ink.
Right. Now the weight is going to be radioactive material, and the jar of ink is full of poisonous gas.
What? I'm getting out of here.
Idiot. It's not really full of gas. This is just hypothetical. Imagine that it's full of gas. So, what's the weight?
Radioactive
And
material.
the jar of ink?
It's full of poison
Exactly.
gas.
Good work. Now, there's one other thing you need to know about the jar. If it's struck by any of the alpha particles the radioactive material emits, it'll break. These particles are emitted randomly, but there's a 50% chance that one of them will come into contact with the jar over the course of an hour. So let's close the lid. And pretend an hour has passed. Here's the question. Is the cat inside of the box alive or dead? You can't open the box to check. And you can't hit the box. Obviously, you can't shake it either. It's also been soundproofed, so the cat could be howling up a storm in there and you'd never know. Basically, you have no idea what's going on inside the box.
Right now, the cat is in a state of quantum uncertainty.
Do you remember what happens if the alpha particles hit the jar?
It breaks, gas fills the box, the cat inhales it, and death will whisk her away.
And what if the jar doesn't break?
The cat lives to tell the tale.
Haha. And what are the chances of either of those things happening?
About 50%.
Uh-huh. So, what's your answer? Is the cat alive or dead?
I can't possibly know.
Then guess. It's not hard. Alive or dead?
I'm gonna say it's alive. The cat is, pause for dramatic effect, alive.
Nope, you're wrong.
It's dead?
That's wrong too.
Then what's the right answer?
The answer is that it's in a state where it is neither dead nor alive.
What? How does that make any sense?
It's an extrapolation of something we see at the atomic level.
Welcome to quantum physics, kids.
We don't know if an atom is spinning upward or downward until we measure it. Before it's measured, those two possibilities coexist, but as soon as the measurement is taken, obviously, only one possibility is the truth. That's what's happening with the alpha particles, since we can't know when they were emitted or where. We only know the probability that they'll impact the jar. Because we can't observe anything that's happening in the box, that becomes the entire system. In other words, the box is like the atom. We don't know how the cat's life or death situation has resolved itself until we look at it. Until we do, it's just a bunch of possibilities. Do you get it? If the cat in the box is possibilities...
Then it's both alive and dead.
Right. So, let's open the lid. And when we do, all the possibilities will collapse into a single truth. Meow. What a relief, huh? Looks like the cat's alive. Anyway, that's Schrodinger's cat. The many worlds interpretation is one theory for explaining that weirdness.
So there's another world out there where this cat died.
Yeah, that's the idea. Looks like that cat tick of yours cleared up.
Yeah. Well, your story was pretty insane. You don't think so? Just the idea of something being alive and dead at the same time. And if the moment the lid is open determines whether or not the cat is dead, then it's almost like events in the future can determine the past. I mean, the cat doesn't die when you open the lid, so it must have already been dead.
Exactly.
Wait, is that explaining the whole damn premise of this game? Are we the cat?
You've experienced it, haven't you?
You cut off. What was that? Oh, you're making meow sounds. Okay. What on earth are you talking about?
Think back. Remember round 2 of the AB game? When you chose Betray, what was my vote?
Ally.
But what happened this time?
The opposite. I chose Ally and you chose Betray. But the round before that, I did this and you still chose Betray, you bitch.
Right. And both times, I put in my vote a full minute before the deadline. When did you push the button?
Right before the deadline.
I see. Well, that makes this a little easier to explain. If you chose Betray, then my vote was Ally. If you chose Ally, then my vote was Betray. But I made my choices a whole minute before you made yours. Don't you think that's strange? You do see what I'm saying, don't you?
That my choice in the future has altered your actions in the past?
Yeah. From your perspective, there's no other way to interpret it.
So that means future me can be a bitch to me in the past. Now that I thought about it, round 1 had been the same. When I chose an ally, Alice chose Betray. And vice versa. When I chose Betray, she'd done the opposite.
Look at this die. I found it over there. Let me give you one last example.
As she spoke, she tossed the die into the box and quickly shut the lid.
All right. Answer this question. What number is the die on?
Fuck it, 6, my favorite number. It's probably 6.
Okay. I'm going to open the lid.
Yay!
Good job. You got it right.
That was just a fluke.
Was it?
Huh?
Let's think about what was going on before I opened the lid. What number was the die on?
6, of course.
Haven't you been paying attention? The die is still a collection of atoms, isn't it? I don't think you can reasonably suggest that it was made of some different kind of matter.
Wait, so you're saying that before you opened the lid, the dice was on all of the numbers?
Uh-huh. That's one way to look at it, at least.
And then when you opened the lid, it was just on one number.
Or it might have become that number when you declared which one it was.
Huh? Wait, what do you mean?
Your choice in the future has an effect on the past.
That's crazy.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. We got a little off topic there, but I think I made my point. Reality separates off into an infinite number of branches for each and every possibility. You and I seem to be able to jump from branch to branch. Of course, our bodies aren't doing the jumping.
Only our minds.
Our consciousnesses just sort of dive into other versions of ourselves in other worlds.
Whoa. I think I get it now. That's how you knew my name, right? You jumped in from another world. That's how you knew all those other things you shouldn't have known.
Yeah, that's the best I can figure out, at least. Unfortunately, it seems like we don't retain all our memories when we jump.
Aw.
Maybe we only remember particularly important things. I'm not sure how it works, but whatever the reason, it seems to be fairly limited. And often, we don't seem to remember jumping at all. Things will just sort of pop up.
That's why when someone asks us how we knew X, all we can think of to say is just, I knew.
Yeah.
What's causing this then? I don't remember ever doing this before, so why would it start now?
If we knew that, I don't think we'd be having so much trouble. It's just,
Just what?
well, I'm pretty sure it has to do with why we're locked up in here. There's no way this doesn't have something to do with whatever Zero Senior's trying to do. Why would he have left that Schrodinger's cat book in the crew quarters?
Huh. You aren't kidding, are you? Maybe this is some sort of huge Schrodinger's cat experiment. And all 9 of us are locked up inside the box right meow.
What if you've got it backwards?
Backwards?
We're outside of the box, and the rest of the world is inside.
Then the moment we step out of this place...
Yeah, we might be determining the history of the world outside.
No way. I had 1,000 other questions, but before I could open my mouth to ask them... Oh, hello there.
Oh, good. There you are.
Did something happen?
Yes, we found it.
Found what?
What do you mean, what? What else could we find? The bomb. The other antimatter bomb.
Oh, thank
The
God.
number 2 bomb is in the control room.
I called it! They put it right next to the big power plant. So where's number 0? Is this it?
Yeah.
This is one of them, all right.
And it's number 2, apparently. Well, at least we found them all now.
No. There could be more. Like Kay said, there might be a number 4 bomb out there. We have no way to know.
Did you tell anyone else about this, Clover?
Well, not really. But, I wasn't the first person to find it.
Who was?
Kay and Luna. After they found it, they came to the infirmary and told the rest of us.
Who was in the infirmary?
Everyone. Tenmyoji and Dio were there. So were Alice and Clark, of course. Although they were still asleep.
So everyone who wasn't asleep knows about the bomb. I see.
Yeah.
There's nobody else here, though. Where did they all go?
Right after we came here to look at the bomb, they all left. They were going to go look for you two.
What about Alice and Quark?
They're the same. Still sleeping. We checked them out just to be sure, but they seemed fine.
That's good, at least. Fine, I looked at one another and let out a small sigh of relief.
Oh, right. I checked everybody's bracelets when we were in the infirmary. Did you want to know what they were?
It took her only a moment to explain. Alice is a green solo, and Quark was blue. Dio's bracelet made him a yellow pair, and Tenmyoji is a cyan pair. So what are our options for groups?
The next set of doors to open are going to be the white doors. That means we'll have to mix our colors so that we get white.
Phi laid out what that would mean. Option A. Phi, Tenmyoji, and me would go into one. Kay, Dio, and Quark would be another. Clover and Luna would pair up with Alice.
Huh? There's only one option?
Yeah, any other combinations don't make white.
What about Alice and Quark? Luna said it's going to be a while before they wake up.
We'll just have to carry them. The secondary doors won't open without 3 bracelets, and if we can't open them...
Yeah, we'll get penalized.
Exactly.
Don't worry about Alice. I'm on her team.
Are you saying you can carry her?
Yeah. Well, I can get Luna to help me.
True. I'm sure she'd be happy to help.
What about Quark?
He's on Kay's team. There shouldn't be any issues there.
Wait, wasn't this the place where we found that input device? Well, we still need to figure out what we're going to do about this bomb. Alice said we should be safe as long as it's not triggered with the remote.
Maybe, but we can't just leave them here forever. I mean, if they go off, then everything in like a couple 100 kilometers is gonna get fried.
Wait, a couple 100 kilometers? What are you talking about? That bomb should only have about as much explosive power as a ton of TNT. Which is nothing to sniff at, but it's nowhere near the kind of yield you're talking about.
It could be. What if these bombs are just like the detonator?
Oh, Oh, you mean there might be a bunch more anti-hydrogen around here somewhere? Right over there.
The reactor.
Yeah, there are supposed to only be 18 antimatter reactors in the whole world. If that's one of them, then there's a lot of anti-hydrogen.
The explosion would destroy everything within several hundred kilometers. How much is a lot?
3.5 kilograms.
3.5? That's like 10,000 times more than Alice's 350 milligrams.
If there really is that much, and if it does explode,
Then we would be looking at an explosion roughly 10,000 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima.
No. That's insane.
Wait, Clover, how did you know that?
know what?
That stuff about antimatter reactors.
Well, that's, during my training, they,
Training for what?
my job?
Ah, of course. I didn't realize waiters these days needed to memorize how many operational antimatter reactors there were worldwide, or how much fuel each one of those reactors might be storing. You don't work at a cafe, do you?
Did you hear about that from Alice?
Yeah.
Oh, well, she's right then.
And why were you using antimatter reactors at a cafe?
That's, what we call the coffee machines.
What? Are you fucking with me?
I'm telling you the truth. I work at a cafe. It just might, be a kind of fake job to divert attention. I think they call it a cover.
What?
Then what's your real job?
I'm sorry. I really can't tell you anything else.
Why not?
It's classified.
Classified by who?
The government?
The government?
That's right. Alice said it was her job to eliminate enemies of the state or something. So you two do work together.
Oh no! Check your bracelets. How much time do we have left?
Uh-oh. What are you talking about?
How long until the doors open? Come on, quickly!
Oop, we're late. We were supposed to have met up 5 minutes ago.
I'm heading back then. Remember, we're supposed to meet at the infirmary. You guys hurry back, okay? Bye!
Bye. Hey! You haven't... Damn it. And she's gone. Fine. She's right, you know. We need to get going.
Hold on. I need to check something really quick.
What? Oh, we don't get to know. Okay.
Oh, there you are. You're late. What were you doing?
Nothing.
When we arrived, everybody else was already back. Quark and Alice hadn't left, of course. They were both sleeping soundly. Any traces of the madness we'd seen earlier were long gone.
Clover told us. You've seen the bomb in the control room.
Yeah, with our own eyes.
So what the hell should we do? That makes 3 bombs.
Well, we have to do something. They're bombs, for God's sake.
There's a quick and simple solution.
Really?
Remember what Alice said?
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate. You see it? Right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
So, if we have the password, we can deactivate them?
Whoa, hold on a second. That's great and all, but we need that password input device she was talking about. Without that, we're still boned even if we did have the password.
Not a problem. We've resolved that issue.
Huh?
Show them.
I nodded and pulled it out of my pocket.
That was in the safe in the control room.
Exactly. We didn't have any idea what it was at first, but Phi figured it out. After Clover left, we tested it.
Turned out I was right. It fit perfectly.
Couldn't get it to do anything, though. We plugged in a couple of random characters, but all we got was an error.
Still, I'm sure this is the thing Alice was talking about. We just didn't have the right password.
But why was it in the control room?
Do you think Zero Senior put it here for us?
That would suggest it was also Zero Senior who set up the bombs.
Doesn't that seem odd, though? Zero Senior wants us to play the Nonary game, right? So why would he set bombs?
Maybe he wants to blow this whole place up if someone commits some crazy violation of the rules?
That doesn't make sense.
We had the bracelets.
Our bracelets already have poison in them. If someone breaks a rule, all he has to do is activate their bracelet.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, whatever the case is, there's one thing we can be sure of. The person who set these bombs is one of us. Whether or not that person is also Zero Senior isn't particularly relevant at the moment.
Yep, and we already know who it is.
But what is relevant is that they know the deactivation password. If we can figure out who that person is and question them.
We can get the password and turn the bombs off.
Exactly. That would be my quick and easy method. So fess up. Which one of you set the bombs?
Oh, don't act so smug, Dio. We know it was you.
Not that I expect you to do that. So, we're going to be checking everyone.
Checking us?
Yes. Once they're set, the bombs are controlled by a remote. It stands to reason that whoever set them has that remote.
So you're gonna search us for it?
Yes. But no buts. If you refuse, that implicates you. Do what I say and you'll be fine, assuming you are actually innocent. Understand? No reason to wait. Let's get started. Anyone want to volunteer to go first? No. All right. Let's see.
Wait.
Huh?
You only need to search one person.
What? Why?
Because I figured out who did it. I know who did it. The words were out of my mouth before I'd even realized that I was saying them.
How can you... There's no way.
Yeah. I met Fi's gaze and nodded and then turned away. Ace Attorney time! I know who set up the bombs. That person... Take that! Is you, Dio!
Come on, what is this? Are you high?
Well, we're about to find out. Sorry, Kay, but could you hold him down?
Well...
It's on him, I promise.
Knock it off, Sigma. You're doing this all backwards.
So, this isn't a court. Besides, all we want to know is who set the bombs. And why are you getting so worked up anyways? If you are innocent, then the search will show that, and I'll look like an idiot.
Nice try, but that's some bullshit totalitarian logic. I don't think so. What are you even basing this on? How do you know I set the bombs?
Because...
Just spit it out.
I know about the Myrmidons.
The what?
I beg your pardon?
No. How do you know that, Sigma?
Oh, that's not all I know. I know about Free the Soul, and I know about Brother.
What the hell are you talking about?
I can tell you the details later. But there's no question that you were the one who set up the bombs.
Who the fuck do you think you are? None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who the Myrmidons are, and I don't know what Free the Soul is, and I certainly don't know anything about some old fart called Brother.
Oh, Dio. Tell me, how does that foot taste? Who the Myrmidons are? I don't recall saying the Myrmidons were people. And what about Brother? How would you know his age if I hadn't said anything besides his name?
Wait, so he's left? But that means he's a terrorist.
Ding.
A terrorist?
Point to you two.
Oh dear.
Kay, grab his ass.
Left?
Hello, John. You join us just as we've unmasked Dio as the terrorist traitor for like the 5th time. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the finale.
Well, looks like I won't be able to talk my way out of this one. Seriously, though, when did we get so famous? The Myrmidons aren't supposed to be something anybody knows about, let alone you two jokers. Okay, you got me. Yes, I'm the leader of the Myrmidons. My real name is Left. I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I planted the bombs. If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
AB plan?
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like you don't know everything after all. I should have been more careful. Then again, it's not like it really matters. After all, you're gonna die here.
What?
God damn it. No! I leapt towards him.
Whoa there. Better not come any closer. You think I'm not prepared for this? Take one step and it'll be your last.
He was so far in the left field he couldn't be right. Ha!
Then, that thing you're holding.
It's the detonator.
Yeah, I guess it is. Now back the fuck off!
Dio, please, if you press that button, you'll die too.
So? Believe me, there's plenty more where this came from.
What?
Now that we've cleared that up, back off!
I honestly don't know why he looks like that. He's dressed like a circus ringleader. I guess that's his cover?
Come on, move it! Go, go, go!
We had no choice. Slowly and carefully, we backed away. All of us except for one. Tenmyoji.
Hey, Grandpa, you're here and gone? I said back off.
No.
You... I'm not screwing around here.
I can see that. So why don't you do it? Go ahead. Press that button.
What?
Tenmyoji!
Something wrong? Hurry it up. I'm not getting any younger. Oh, do I sense hesitation? What's the matter, Dio? Scared? Well?
You son of a bitch.
So you were just bluffing?
Not bluffing, goddammit. You hear me? I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But there's really something I should tell you. See that detonator you're holding? It's a fake.
What?
For just an instant, Dio's eyes twitched down to the device in his hand. That was all the opening the Tenmyoji the badass needed.
Yeah!
He cried out as he leapt through the air. Tenmyoji's legs shot out, kicking the detonator from Dio's hand. Shit! Not good.
What happened?
The detonator, he doesn't have it anymore.
What? What's happening? There's a red light on it now.
Oh, you really fucked up, Tenmyoji. This is what happens when you try to show off.
What?
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I didn't have time to tell you how it worked.
What are you saying?
The detonator isn't supposed to be separated from Dio. If it is, then the timer on the bombs automatically activates.
Damn, how much do you know? Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets more than a meter away from me, it activates. When it does, it starts the timers on all the bombs. So thanks to this old fart, you get to try and defuse a bunch of activated bombs on a countdown. You can go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Once the timers have been activated, they'll go off anyway.
How long do we have? When do they explode?
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? That's crazy!
So's Dio.
How do we stop them?
The emergency deactivation passwords.
None of us know them, though.
Right, none of us know. But there's someone who does, isn't there? Oh, Dio.
What, hoping I might spill the beans? Nice try. Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Wait, a medium?
Well, I'm out. Peace.
Wait, nope. Not this time. I threw myself towards Dio and wrapped my hands around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. He struggled, but I put all my weight on and kept his arm pinned.
Shit! Let go of me, goddammit! Get off of me! Let me go!
He continued to struggle, but I wasn't going to let him do this. I wasn't going to let him go. I shifted my weight to free one of my hands and started to try and pry his open.
Hey! Hey! I'm not fucking around, alright? Let go of my goddamn arm!
By then, the others had run over and piled onto Dio along with me. Even then, he refused to stop. With increasing desperation, he tried to get the hand that I had grabbed to his mouth.
We don't have a choice. Luna, go get the soparil.
No! If we put him to sleep, we can't get what we need out of him!
You think I don't know that? What other choice do we have? Every minute we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs. We don't have time for this. What are you
Shit!
doing, Luna? Go! Right. Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
You can do whatever you want to me, you fucking cowards! You're still gonna die! Go ahead, tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms. Serves you fucking right! You're gonna burn!
Oh, for God's sake. Luna, shut him up!
Please!
Right. Here goes.
Jesus, he takes an eternity to bring down. As they began to climb off of him, I finally pried Dio's hand open. There it was, just what I had expected. A small, unassuming capsule. I didn't know what was in it exactly, but it was undoubtedly some kind of poison. I stumbled towards the sink and tossed it into the drain. No cyanide on my channel. How much time do we have left?
25 minutes or so, I believe.
And how much time until the white doors open?
The same.
So, what do we do?
We put in the passwords and stop the
We
bombs.
searched Dio, but he doesn't have a note or anything with the codes on it.
Well, only one option left then.
Yeah, and that is?
Intuition. We trust our hunches.
Nats, are you suggesting we just guess?
Do you have any better ideas?
Well, no, but
Wait, there's another way.
What is it?
Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say. No questions. What's your answer?
We all nodded.
Good. First of all, Sigma, you're coming with me.
Right.
The rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
Huh?
Why?
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it. We're done.
that's it?
Is there a problem? I seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
Right. Phi turned without waiting and headed for the door. The only thing is, I don't know where the number 0 bomb is. Before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile. Take care of these guys, okay? We'll see you back on floor B before you know it. So, just trust us, alright? Good. I couldn't think of anything else to say. I turned and ran after Phi. We can't hop! Doom. We can't hop realms. We don't know how. But luckily, I have all the passwords. Written down and categorized in every single area.
Right, well, what do you think the flowchart ability is?
You want to see the flowchart?
No, I am asking you, what do you think the flowchart is for?
Oh, right. We can hop between the endings if we need the bomb codes, but I've gotten them all written down. Okay, so what do we do?
Get the input device ready.
Alright, done. All hooked up and everything.
How many minutes do we have left?
Well, they'll go off when the doors open, so... 21 minutes.
That means we have 7 minutes per bomb. That includes travel time, though.
Bomb number 2 is in the control room on floor B. And bomb number 1 is also on floor B with the garden. So, we just need to hurry, right?
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't notice how much. Oh my god! Well, it's a good thing I called it off last night. Sweet lord!
I told you.
So what are we supposed to do? I mean, you do have some sort of plan, right?
Well, it's not like I don't have one.
Then stop being so mysterious and tell me. What the hell am I supposed to do?
You need to make a jump.
A jump?
Yeah, to another world. Another history.
I can't.
You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you? You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, but that's... I mean...
You just have to do that again.
So you're saying that I need to go to another history and get the password out of Dio somehow?
Doesn't have to be another one. It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here. That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Damn it! This is so confusing!
Well, don't think about it then. We don't have time anyway. Just jump!
Okay, I get it. I'll see you later then. Are you insane? You're talking about transporting myself across space and time! Also, why should I have to do everything? Can't you jump too?
My jumps happen suddenly, out of the blue. I can't control them.
Neither can I!
That's a problem.
Actually, I can, but shh. I already have the answers.
Alright, consider this. Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one, but our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though. Anyway, it's just a hypothesis.
Are you saying that I might know it already? Yes! And I just have to try and remember it?
Yeah, I feel like we know. So, anything? We need the bomb password. Do you remember hearing it in another timeline?
I stared down at the input device. Password. The bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. Okay, I think we only get one try at this. My password is LXQ LHC NMR.
Good job. It worked.
I sighed and wiped what felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from my forehead.
So, you knew the password after all. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess I did.
You heard it in another history?
Yeah.
Just what happened in that other timeline? Never mind. We don't have time for that.
I'll tell you later.
How much longer?
18 minutes.
Good. We've still got time. Come on. We've still got 2 more. The number 2 bomb is next on the list.
So we're heading to the control room.
Right. No time to waste. Oh, and don't forget the input device.
Yeah, obviously. And then she was gone. I hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her. Actually, the old woman hasn't died in this timeline. Akane might still be alive. Because, well, she wasn't inside of the place. She wasn't inside of the room yet. So she might still be alive, in this timeline at least.
How would you explain Dio's presence?
Hold on, I can't hear you over the music. Music, if you could turn yourself down a little. I guess not. What were you saying?
How would you explain Dio's presence here?
I don't know.
You got it?
Yeah, right here.
Hook it up.
Right. Done.
Okay. Hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Done. Hey! What the hell?
Calm down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
No, no way. I'm sure I did it right.
Try it again.
Yeah, nothing. That password's not good.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Shit!
5 slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do? Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be a password? A different password?
You mean, like, a different history from the other one I remembered?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb? This one is just like that.
Another history. The password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to. Here we go. The password for the number 2 bomb, at least in my file, is EQD DYR NTK.
Damn, this is crazy. So you did know it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Don't scare me like that, alright?
Come on, it's not like I was hiding it. I just couldn't remember it at first, then it just kind of floated up. Or maybe it drifted down?
Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
You sure don't sound very amazed.
Okay, that just leaves us with the last bomb.
It's in the garden.
Right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
Gah. You make it sound so easy.
Don't just stand there. Let's go!
She spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device tightly and headed off after her. Here we go.
Finally. The last one.
Yeah,
How many minutes left?
less than 10.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, alright? You have the input device?
Yeah, there we go. It's connected.
Okay. Go.
Go?
We've done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
You want me to remember another password, right?
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
But
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. 3rd time's the charm, right?
that's not really how that's used. I'm just worried that lighting's not going to strike twice or thrice, I guess, in this case.
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the 1st and 2nd times aren't charmed, too.
I guess
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
What about you? You can jump to other worlds too, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, alright? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds. Anyway,
Yeah, I'll give it a
I'm
shot.
counting on you.
The password. The password. Remember. Remember, Sigma. Come on. Lightning can strike twice. It often does. Or even 3 times. You can do this. You did it before. You did it twice before. This is nothing. Come on, Sigma. Open the door to your memories. Alright, the final password. BQZ RGJ DXR. Each time I'm scared I can't read my own handwriting. But we know that's not it. There's still one more bomb. Also, yeah! Suck on that, Dio, you arrogant son of a bitch! That feels good. I haven't felt this satisfied in ages. It's like my whole brain is just swimming in endorphins. I feel like it's just going to melt and dribble out of my ears. This is, without a doubt, what heaven feels like. Honestly, I feel like I could fly right now. Hell, I almost wish there was another bomb so I could feel this again. Isn't this great? Fi. Hey, what's going on? You're really harshing the vibe here. Would it really kill you to smile? We just saved everybody. Oh, also, not that I need it or anything, but it'd sure be nice to get a thank you or something. Oh, thank you, Sigma. You're the greatest. You're so awesome. I'll dress up in that swimsuit for you, just like I promised. I mean, just a swimsuit thing would be fine, really, but... Are you even listening to me?
I am. You said you wished there was another bomb, right?
Well, I mean, I don't really...
I hope you're happy. You're going to get your wish.
What?
I remembered something, too. Just a glimpse. We must have confronted Dio about the bombs. I'm not sure how, but we got him to tell us about them.
Exactly. I've planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3. But there's also one more. Bomb number 0.
I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. Suddenly, I remembered it too. I'd heard Dio say those very words in the Floor B warehouse. No way.
Looks like you remember it too.
Yeah.
How much time do we have?
Shit, we've only got 4 minutes.
Well, hurry up. We need to get to the 0 bomb.
Right. I yanked the input device out of the bomb and turned to chase after... What are you just standing there for? Go! Show me where the bomb is!
What? Are you telling me you don't know where it is? You have got to be kidding me.
How the hell would I know where the bomb is? Oh. Oh, shit, you don't know? She bit her lip and nodded. Damn it. What the hell are we supposed to do now? We can't deactivate the bomb if we don't know where the damn thing is.
Calm down. Just calm down. You need to think, Sigma. There has to be a clue somewhere. Pretend you're Dio. You need to hide the bomb. Where would you hide something important?
Hide something important. Right. Hide. If I was Dio, where would I hide? Ah! I know exactly where it is. It's right next to his AB room.
Sigma, wait! Where are you going?
Don't follow me! Go find the others!
Idiot! Do you really think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I'm focused on my goal. There was still time. In this timeline, he didn't have to hide the knife. So instead, he chose that spot to hide the bomb. No, I think we'll be cool.
Here?
Yeah. Should be between these AB rooms. Good, I was right. How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
Shit!
Hurry!
I'm hurrying as fast as I can hurry, woman! The input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already used up my third time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. Hi, Moss. Here we go. The final password for the bomb. During one of the first endings I ever obtained. LXA. QNS. GDQ. I don't need this anymore. It stopped.
Yeah.
Fine, I crumpled to the ground. The adrenaline that had sustained us was suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's very hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here in another timeline. I guess maybe he'd put the bomb here too.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Well, you did it. So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just
what?
about that swimsuit you promised.
What? What on earth are you talking about?
Oh, right, another timeline.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
See, here's the thing. We can get down there in 5 minutes. The time limit for was when the doors opened, Doom, not for when they closed, not for the penalty. We can make that easy.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
What about the swimsuit?
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
Right, off we go. Before I could protest, she turned and ran towards the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. I ran to the warehouse to find everybody else already there. They'd done as Fi had asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the door. Fi and I shared a quick glance and headed over towards them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Yeah, I could have done that in my sleep.
Don't you mean in your sleep?
Wait, what did I say? Oh, in my sheep.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, good job, you guys.
No need to thank me.
What? Huh?
You're disgusting.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah.
All right,
I'm set.
then let's move.
At Tenmyoji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quirk on his back and dragged Dio along the floor and through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. Tenmyoji, Fi, and myself ran through the center door.
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
I can't wait to see the look on Dio's smug-ass face. So what's Q? Oh god, no, not again! What the fuck? Matrix? Hello? What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yep, that figures. It won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Really? Well, someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing. Maybe the Q is for question.
Huh. Well, I guess it's a very questionable room.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
That's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door. You guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
We still need a few more points.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to. So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
You're right, Moss. Q is a very important letter for these first two games, apparently.
Right.
Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
Oh, God. Okay. What are we supposed to do here? The room is empty. Wait, do you hear something? Oh, what the hell is this? Huh. Well, how much you want to bet this has something to do with that? Guess we should go, have a look? I think this cube is just floating here. How the hell is it doing that? Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Should I be writing all these numbers down? Do I need to go get some grid paper? I'm gonna have to go get some grid paper, aren't I? Ah, shit. Okay. It's a 7 by 7 grid. Huh. I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. Huh? The cube, look at it again. Winning and losing panels on the wall. When the winning panels and only the winning panels are highlighted in cyan, this system will activate. When you click on a panel on the cube, it will display a number. Each surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. Oh, good God, it's Minesweeper, but in reverse. Oh, God, no. It burns. Okay, alright. Yep, I'm gonna go get some graph paper or something, so I will be back in a bit. I'm also gonna need a very hard drink for this. Luckily for me, I still have an old graph paper notebook from back in the day. Now, Miali, may I ask you a single yes or no question? My question is the number of winning panels the same on each side?
That's up for you to discover, no?
Aww. Alright, fine. Luckily for me, I still got this graph paper notebook from way back in the day, so...
Have fun.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's just map out everything. Three, 2. Okay, well I know they're all in the bottom half at least. Okay, so if this says 1 right here, that means here or here has to be a winning panel. And since this one says 0, this says 1, this says 1, this says 0. That means this has to be a winning panel. And since this says 1, and this one says 1, that means this one next to right here also has to be winning. Wait, do they count diagonally? They better not. Unless this one's also a winning panel. Fuck. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. So, yes, that would count. Which means... Oh, I get it. So it does count itself. So that one's got to be a winning panel right there. I already hate this puzzle. Alright, thank you, Miali. That helps a lot. No diagonals, but they count themselves. If the wall with the exit is north, then the wall to the right of that would be east. So the one that I was messing with was the west wall.
Gentlemen.
Hello, Doom. You joined me playing Reverse Minesweeper, and I already hate it.
Yeah, how does Minesweeper even work?
It's an old computer game. Basically, you're trying to figure out where the bombs are on the screen.
Oh, lovely.
Would you like me to send you a picture of my note for that room?
You know what? Sure. Let me guess, it's gonna say something like, fuck this place, right? I think I've already got at least one... No, I got two figured out for sure. Make that 3. One, 2.
I'm surprised there wasn't much quietness that when that thing drove by.
There you go, good luck.
You said you sent them to me? I don't see them.
Find the
Look at your stream channel.
Oh, in my channel. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's about right. But I'm slowly starting to understand, I think. So let me just make sure. And the wall to the right of that would be the east wall, which would make the wall with the entrance the south wall. The west wall is the left of that. The hint that appears on the west side would actually refer to the east wall. So they're the opposite of each other. Okay. So this one is on this wall. Got it. Eight puzzles hidden in the walls. Wait, what just... Oh, this is for the north thing.
Like one of your notes for the room, show me. You have more? Probably don't know German.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, yeah, that. On the
3, 2, 1, 1. Okay, that one's at least a little easier to understand. I think I've already figured out the south wall. It's just a line down on the bottom here. This one, this one, this one, and this one. Haha! Whoa, what the hell? Interesting.
Oh.
So that's how this works. It looks like there's more of them. We should keep looking. It's got some kind of weird patterns on it. Nothing happens if I touch one of them, though. Maybe something's missing. Like what? Wait, I don't gotta do the top of this thing. Okay, making sure. Alright, let's look at the north then. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Zero, 2, 0. Okay, so I got one for sure. Okay, so I think... Oh! Okay, and... Yes! How am I doing so far, Meowly?
Do you want the good answer or the honest answer?
You know what? Just fuck me up.
You're barely even getting started.
Go, goody, goody.
Keep struggling.
It's a good thing I practiced Minesweeper when I was a kid, because I was bored and lonely. Graph paper is fun. 1, 0, 0.
Why would you want that or just large?
Okay. And now, I've almost solved this. Now the biggest problem is this pain in the ass, the west side.
Lights. Oh, never mind.
I'm gonna try something real quick. So there goes my idea. That makes no sense. Unless... See. If I had to guess, it was this one that gave you the most trouble.
It is considered the most difficult room in the game, after all.
No, I'm talking about this wall in particular. The west one.
No, the wall didn't give me any trouble. That's the easy part.
Oh, good. Okay, I know this has to be correct. Wait, could it be... Oh! In that case... That should be it. That should be it for the walls.
And then you find out it isn't, and you've been completely bamboozled.
I remember this puzzle at least from the first game. Alright, let me just wait a minute for the stream to catch up, and then I will pause it, and boop, there we go, now I got this. Not every day you see a... I'm not even sure what to call this, a cabinet? Not every day you get to see a cabinet like this. It looks like each of these cubbies has something in it. The one on the left looks like a binder, and the one on the right looks like you got a red memory card. We can get them. They've got glass doors. Oh, we can't get to them, though. They've got glass doors. Punch through them! Alright, here goes. Don't. This is reinforced glass. The only thing you're going to break is your hand. A display case made up of hexagonal... There are two shelves. One has a binder and the other has a red memory card. They're covered with reinforced glass, so I can't get to them. Then let me... Huh. I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. Ah, well. Doesn't really matter, I guess. Okay. I figured that wasn't it. I gotta turn them all red. Think. I do need to turn them all red, right? Let's see.
But sir, would you do us the kindness of backing out of the puzzle to look at the hints that you are given?
They're supposed to be all red.
There you go. You do have a tendency of forgetting to look at your hints.
I already have the hints, though. I have it set up on the... Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. Yay! The glass doors. They're open. Well done. That was some good work, Sigma. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says Q Chamber Special AB Game. Oh, that's gonna be difficult. Okay. Are those missiles? They're darts. Look over here. I think that's a green memory card. We can't get it out though, the glass is covering it. I think we can get some darts out though. Okay, I'll grab a couple. Yoink. Looks like this is a scoreboard for the dartboard. That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on, who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just that this board is different from a normal dartboard, you know? Let's try it out. What do you mean, try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only two ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza or you throw darts at it. You got some darts, don't you, Sigma? Maybe you could try throwing them. The first must land in the green area, the second must be in the blue, the third must be in a red, and it must be 100. Huh? That's weird. I could have sworn I've seen these darts before somewhere. Whatever. Time for some darts.
Okay, I'll fun with this one first because I remember you getting pissed off at this one.
The puzzle's different this time. I need to get 100. The first one must be green.
Then blue.
Let's start doing it randomly. 42. 28. 70.
I mean, one of my squirty buckles and
39. 'So nope, that ain't it.
Which hot?
If I could just get to 77, no, 67.
To try for C, perhaps?
No.
Okay. I don't know, give you some more. Okay.
That would be 99. If you were 67.
Wait, is there a 9?
Yeah, there's a 9 right here, but that doesn't have red on it.
Maybe?
I need to go in order green, blue, red.
I know, I'm thinking to think of putting that first green on the 9 somewhere for triple.
That would get me 27. Then I would reasonably want to go here for 55, but then I'm stuck.
There's another blue option that could work something differently, of course.
Hold on, I'm writing this all down. Let me just... Okay, versus green, so... My options are 42... 39... 27... 12, 11, 8, no, 12, 11, 16, 9, 14, 8, alright, my next options. $24. All three of them are 24. Interesting. Then 18. And 22. And 28. 13, 8, and 7. And finally we have red. Red is 33. $21. 16. 39. 8 and 14. So I need to get 100 with these. Let's work backwards. If I want to get 100.
Is there any combination to make 32?
What makes 32? What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to base it down to what kind of combinations with multipliers you can get. So I just add 2 up and then minus 100, and I'm trying to find which one would make 8 and then would be fitting with the colors, of course.
I'm trying to work backwards right here.
So far, I found a combination what you could get, but should be short.
67.
42.
61. 61. 79. 84. 86. 92.
Would you like a little trick to help you solve this one?
I'm trying to work backwards real quick. Right now, the lowest number I can get from red is 61, and if I can figure that one out... Wait, I got it! I got it! I got it! I got it. Okay, so, the answer should be 39, 22, and... Where is it? Where is it? No, I had you.
7?
No. God damn it.
Anything else doesn't have high enough multiplier for that, yeah.
That's because I did it wrong. That's not 39, that's 26.
The highest point value that you can get with the green is 42.
No. It's
in like the triple ones that are green.
I'm trying to work backwards. I told you this already. Let's go with 28. That'd be 38. This isn't working. I would like a hint now, Xiaomi. I'm sorry for interrupting you. What were you saying?
I think I found it.
So, what I was going to say to make the puzzle a bit easier for you is to use the memo function to write all of the results right on the scoreboard.
Alright.
So, for example, you'd have your 14, 28,
Yeah,
and
I getcha.
it really helped me when I was in that room. And the rec room.
Hold on. I think I got it.
That is not 32, that is 42.
I'm pretty sure I just got it.
Then what is it?
13 times 3 points. Then 14 times 2 points for the blue. 14.
Yeah, that's
Then
it.
11 times 3.
Congratulations.
I'm not gonna say that was a piece of cake, Sigma. Screw you. You see that? My dart skills are undeniable. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me the most likely to be a judge, you know. Okay. That's great and all, but look. See the display case? It's open. Great. Now we can get that green memory card. We're gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. You sure sound like you're in a heist movie. Should I have worn a catsuit? Ugh, I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. Okay. Oh, goody, more dice. Let's not for right now. Looks like 4 purple books. Let's move through each one of them. What the? There's nothing written here. Huh? I mean, all the pages are blank. Are the other books the same? Let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing here. This one's blank too. Huh? Something wrong? Is there something in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just... Just what? Well, there are some pictures in between the pages back here. 3 of them, looks like. Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, with the darts one, why were you trying to work backwards?
Because it would be easier for me to subtract from step by step. Anyways, there's nothing on it. And it doesn't do anything when I touch it. How do we turn it on? Hell if I know. I don't see a button or a card slot or anything. Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Might as well leave it alone for now. I think I've seen something like this before. Oh, you mean one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. Kind of ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is damn it. I can't remember. Okay.
Dice time.
The picture of the blue dice, 1 and 5.
Need to make a picture for you on my phone?
No, it's fine. I got it. Blue 1. Blue 5. Green 6. Green 2. Red 4. Red 3. Alright, got it written down. Okay, let's see if I can't do this. Okay, let's give this a shot. That? Oh. What? That should be the correct answer. Oh no. Don't tell me I have to get them exactly like they are in the picture. Like, don't tell me I need to have the 2 and 3 facing the... I'm gonna kill someone. I already hate this. Shiomi, am I correct? Or Miali, am I correct in this? Do I have to get the pictures exactly like they are inside that stupid memo? Because if so, this is gonna take forever.
It appears as such, husband.
So the reason why the puzzle didn't work the first time is because I didn't get the facing right. I got them in the correct spots, it's just that it didn't count because the facings were wrong. So we're gonna be here all freaking night.
Suffering, I guess.
Very much so. I hate this puzzle.
Luckily, I'm not the one doing it.
Just you wait. One day I'll get you to do it.
Ha! No.
See, now that's in the right spot, but guess what? It's on the wrong fucking side. This has to be rotated 90 degrees, and I have no idea how I'm gonna do that. What's so funny?
Now what? Something. I'm watching something on the phone what I find funny. And yes, that means I'm watching his and your stream at the same time.
Oh, I think I just got that one. Okay. You know what, let's try with this one. That's right, right there. Wait, yep. Nope, that's not correct. I need it to look like this, but up there. Now it's backwards. Aw, come on! Damn it! Aw, so close. If that were over one more space, I could move on, but nope. Meowly, help! Oh wait, I even got this one fucking wrong.
I apologize. It seems that I cannot help you in such a way.
You just want me to suffer like you've suffered. Okay, I think that's correct. Now for you. Damn it, I'm so close. Aww. Now I just need to figure out how to turn that 90 degrees to the right. I'm gonna be stuck here for hours. Aw, really? Maybe it's this one? I don't... Got it. there we go. Aww. Alright, now I just need to get the blue to 1. That should be it, right there. What did I do wrong now? Is it really the... I'll be back in a minute. Fuck this. I'm not spending another 6 hours in here. Green 1. Down. down, right, up, right. Up, right. Right, right, down, left, left. There we go. Sweet lord. Ha! Got it! Shut up. Shut up, Tenmyoji. I'm not proud of having to give that up, but I got it the other times. It's just in the wrong direction. I didn't feel like wasting another 3 hours on this stupid puzzle. Have a look at this. Hey, it opened. Looks like a bookshelf. What the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down here. It looks like this is the only part that it can actually interact with. But it's dark, there's nothing on it. There are some card slots under the screen. They look just like the one in the polling machines of the AB rooms. So that means we need to put some memory cards in here, right? Yeah, like the ones you've got in your hand right now. Blue card, huh? So let's see if anything happens when I put it into the blue slot. Would you look at that? Looks like you turned it on. Us, A, and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. C, D, and E are solos. Moves the pairs A and B next to the blank areas in the left in the under pair. Next move solos C, D, and E to the blank areas on the left over solo. A pair and a solo aligned vertically with VS between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you've placed them. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose the vote for the Us pair, either Ally or Betray. The results of your match will be displayed along with the results of the other teams. If the correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds, the game will be completed. Three will choose Ally, 3 will choose Betray. 1 is a mysterious mirror man who will do whatever his opponent does. Strive for 9 with 6 cooperators. We must be the only ones to surpass 9. Okay, so round 1. U for Us. And C. A betrays. D allies. And E betrays. So I think I've already found our mirror man. This one drove you mad, didn't it, Meowly? Okay, so I know for a fact that C is the mirror.
What did you say my name for?
I said that this final A-B game puzzle drove you crazy, didn't it?
I honestly don't remember.
It's basically a simplified A-B game.
Yeah, I know what it is. I just don't remember how I cleared it because I was half asleep at that point.
Ah, alright.
Yikes.
Well, 3 people will always choose ally, 3 people will always choose betray, and 1 is a mirror person. I found the mirror person. Mirror is C.
So what's the goal of this one?
It's complicated. There's 2 goals. The first goal is to survive with... is to get everybody to 9 with 6 cooperators. And the second one is that we must be the only ones to surpass 9. So right now, if I pick ally, A and E, Alright, I think that's the second one completed. Yep, I got the blue one. Nice one. Looks like that was the answer. I knew it. That looks like a password to the safe. We did it! This should get us into that safe. I got the harder password already. Moon, sun, sun. The same safe we've seen in the other rooms. That means we probably open the same way too. We just need to plug in the password, right? Yeah. Why don't you give it a shot? I got the final golden file. Good job. You opened it.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah. If this is the last escape room, then I've got the last file. Well done. We've got the gold file.
Don't know the meaning behind these files.
They're just secrets of the game. Okay.
Not only secrets, but also like clarification on details and the lore.
Now,
Okay, good.
it's time for the final puzzle. I need to get... Okay. I
Now, what do
need...
you have to do now?
It is... to get 9 with 6 cooperators. So that
Good
means...
luck with that.
Wait, no. There we go.
Nice.
Got it. Way to go. Good work. Hey, look, the screen changed color. So would this be, could this be, should this be? Oh, there are different symbols now in different places. That's it. Yes! It's open. Is that Accelavir? Anyways, I think now is a very good time to go through all... Actually, you know what? I could save that for the end. You know, I'll save that for the end, just in case we have any more questions. Okay, then. Let's see what's in here. First off, 2 star key cards. We can use these to play the A/B games as many times as we want. Hold on. Those keys are important, but look at this. Accelavir! The Radical 6 cure! Oh, thank God. I don't know what to say. Quark is gonna be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get the hell out of here. We need this stuff to cure Quark and Alice. Yeah, you're right. This key should do the trick. Let's get moving. Freedom! I would like to point out, I only really needed, like, full-on walkthrough for the damn dice puzzle. Otherwise, I got everything pretty good. And I also needed help for the dart puzzle, but thank you for that. 2, 3. Stop that! Jeez. One more time. What was that?
I said no problem.
And what were you saying, Miali? Did you say something? Nope, okay. Jeez, one more time. 3, 2, 1. Freedom!
Huh. It opened.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something?
What?
You didn't hear it? It came from over here. It sounds like something's turning on. See? I told you. This screen wasn't on before.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
Come here. Where's that damn password?
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. Oh, of course. This was the real Ninth Lion. But if that was the case... Damn straight you're gonna accept it this time.
Sigma, look!
Oh, what the? Hologram?
Hello, Akane. You're...
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. I've been looking for her for a very long time.
He walked towards her. Slowly, carefully, as if he was afraid of scaring her away, he reached out.
She's a hologram.
Tenmyoji squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
He closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. Of course he would reach right for her chest. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions. At least not directly. I hope you will understand. Now, where to begin?
Wait, if she's Akane, then how is she so old?
You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here? The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan. All of this was required for the success of the AB project.
Could you speak up a little?
I assume you've heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The Nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project? The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
What do you mean, the past? The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Tenmyoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum. That makes this the quantum room.
It took me a moment to realize she'd changed subjects without even pausing. There was nothing we could do, of course. I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr., as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world, the body. The thing that you see and interact with is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box. Perhaps it isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies. Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills. That makes communication difficult, though. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, non-verbal cues, etc., to transmit information. Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But, is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things from another higher dimension, however...
You're talking about the morphogenetic field again.
We may all be connected after all, like the branches of a tree, or a rhizome. Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree. All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the two dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things, with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions, instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions. Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility? I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
Tenmyoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my own mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you form a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space
And time.
It is on that 4th dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time? That theory is the foundation of the AB project. The A represents after, and the B represents before.
I think I understand.
It probably sounds silly to you, a ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman. But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well. I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago.
Half a what now?
You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How could I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly, it felt like Phi and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Also, half a what now? We've been in this room for 50 years. In this building for 50 years.
I'm first live when you're stuck on dice puzzles.
Tenmyoji's face was taut with emotion as he looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately, my time is up. The final stage of the project will begin very soon. I need to go prepare. The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead? Sigma, Vi, you will decide its fate. Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji, I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait. Akane!
And then she was gone. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fists he pressed against his thighs. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Vi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the accelerator that I found in the queue room. She quickly prepared it and... injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
Tenmyoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. He took the small boy's hand in his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corner of his eyes as he turned away from us. There's still one last question. Who is Zero Senior in all of this? Suddenly I had remembered. Dio. Where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. Serves you right! He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters.
Oh yeah!
Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Vi to see what she was doing, the same thing. So, we don't need Dio at all. After that, we headed back to Floor A warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically, me, Phi, K, and Luna. Clover and Tenmyoji decided to remain in the infirmary just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or especially Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, K would represent their team by default, which left me, Phi, and Tenmyoji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me, I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round fight.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Do we have to let Dio?
Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. Here. I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh. Well, we could vote earlier. But then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Bleh.
Okay. Let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off towards the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something. The
What?
AB room on the left, in one of the other histories, she...
Oh, yeah. You're right. Akane's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
But how? When did history change?
Do you remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead, Sigma? Fine. You will decide its fate.
The Schrodinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate.
Perhaps she was saying her own fate wasn't decided yet.
Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body. But we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me. I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? The fuck you mean to be continued?
I told you.
A new destination has been added to the flowchart. Oh my god, we're going back even farther. Okay, why not? To the past! Away! Ugh. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. It feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Oh, it's a good thing I know the answer to this one already. Looks like an elevator, but...
No, this is one of the AB rooms.
Gah! Who the hell are you? And what the hell's an AB room?
Damn. I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Memory? Memory. I remember! You're Phi! She grinned. When is this?
Check your bracelet.
It's a red pair. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean that we're in the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room?
No. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
2 hours. 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Yeah, Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her, I think. Right.
Then...
We're here for one reason.
To stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move! We need to get out of here. Fast!
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
See, I've already got the password. You need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. It was star, sun, moon. There, it's open. Good work. Hurry up and grab the cracker. Cracker? Ah, damn, I meant key. How the hell? Just shut up and do it. We've already got the gold file for this room. Let's get the hell out of here. Alright, just put the key in here. For God's sake, just do it already. No need to yell. Alright, good. Looks like that worked. Ready, Phi? What do you think? I know. I don't need to ask you every time, right? Then why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and... Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1, done. Hey! Hey! You pushed the button. Bite me. You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. No fun. Well, at least this time I get to beat the shit out of Dio. Phi and I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the AB room. It took us only a moment to stop them. Akane! Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit! There was no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Phi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Phi, what the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. Oh! Drop kicked right to the back of the skull! Gotta love that! What the...
He's fine. Just unconscious.
I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
Damn straight. I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. I looked up. Damn right she was.
So you came.
Phi was trained by a cloaker. Jesus. Hello, Akane.
I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd... You...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes. Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
That... What?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes, indeed I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Then what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was gonna stab you, why were you gonna let him do it?
Because I had to.
You what?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary. When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time. The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens.
That's why we're infected with Radical 6?
It's a little like a slingshot. You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like. Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course.
Even Dio?
Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough. You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything.
That's why when I did this ending... That's why when I did the Sigma ending, I got blocked at first. Then I had to go back through it again. Because then he remembered next time.
That is why we made you play the AB game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I get it. I think I finally understand. Well, okay, there are a lot of things that I don't understand. But all of what you just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Phi and I could jump through 4-dimensional space with our memories intact, right?
Yes.
But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosions, suicide. I've died, so has Phi. So have you. So what was the point? So why would you do all of this? What does it matter that Phi and I can jump through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You are all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
I already know all of that. What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that it's worth all of this?
Ah. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Bullshit! That's not good enough. Why can't you just tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked up his knife off of the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What?
This is the way it has to be. Don't fight it. Logomorph.
Yes.
Logomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Logomorph. Logomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
That explains everything.
Now, everything is in place. I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Why do you need to do all of that?
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future. Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness will jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
Very bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
Or 8th, or... Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16... No, wait, not even that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 times!
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was.
The garden!
What I am, you will be.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future. You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Wait, I still... Oh, fuck. For the record, if I had kept going last night, it would have been 10 o'clock right now. So thank God I didn't.
Thank goodness you heeded my warnings.
I appreciate the warnings, oh great one. Now then.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but...
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
So we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Vi and met her eyes. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah, you got him pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I remember all right.
Drop kick right to the back of the head. Deserved, fucker.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Oh, hi, Quark.
What am I? Chopped liver?
Alice!
Back among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem. All in a day's work. Although...
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you?
Hey, I wasn't talking to Quark.
Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
Huh?
What are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
Huh? It says 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP. That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
3 times?
Yes. Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally. And now all of us have enough to leave.
Then we win. But there's something we gotta do first. I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all of our BP past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death to start things off, maybe we'd been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Fi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that has strengthened our bond. Which, I had to admit, would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. This must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you death was unavoidable? Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I mentioned that they'd come back to investigate after we'd escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied.
Alright, let's get going.
There's still one thing we've got to do. It wasn't... Those bombs weren't the problem. The problem was that one of them was set up right next to the reactor. And that reactor had about 4.5 milligrams? Basically enough to turn this entire state into a crater. Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down. Yay! There's still the key on our ankle. We've got to go back to the garden.
The number 9 door has been opened.
The reactor has enough anti-hydrogen and hydrogen in it to create a blast equivalent to 10,000 times more powerful than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. I'm pretty sure at that point, yes, the answer is state.
It will remain open for 9 seconds.
All right, everybody, let's move. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked like sort of a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing.
Don't do it, Sigma. Okay, good. Do I gotta go back to the garden?
The number 9 door has closed.
I probably gotta go back to the garden myself, don't I?
This ends the Nonary game. Thank you for your participation.
Just finish this route.
Alright.
As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
I don't know which state, Miali. I think it would definitely wipe Rhode Island off the map.
Looks like we did it.
Yes, we should keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar looking door. We pushed it open and went inside. It would definitely be the worst explosion mankind has ever seen, that's for sure. The pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. No, Moss, the bombs are a little bit less powerful. The bombs themselves are about the equivalent of 1 ton of TNT. But one of them was set up right next to the generator, which is also basically a big antimatter reactor. So they were setting off a small bomb inside of what is basically a super nuke. So it would have created an explosion that was roughly 10,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb, aka send everyone in Rhode Island up to the moon. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. That means that if we don't want to go out, we have to decompress so that we match the pressure outside. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all these suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head into the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yes, Doom, that's an actual United States state, yes. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were all already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they?
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. As soon as we all went inside, the process began. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes, waiting for the process to finish. Right now, I've got two big questions. Question number 1, who is Zero Senior? And question number 2, who are the 3 people that were inside of the treatment pods? Because we know there were 3 of them. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I had seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visor of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we? The desert, I guess? I figured that out. I mean, which one? I don't know, but I think I know what day it is. Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse. So? Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
I think so.
Wherever we were, it must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars. The sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive, much bigger in fact than I remembered it being. Then, as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. A black what now? It was hard to see details, but it looked like circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet. I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot. And brought Quark with me. Just so I could see her. Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth.
Yeah.
What?
It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
What? No way! If that's the Earth, then where the hell are we?
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base. No way. No. You've got to be lying. How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity, so what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See, that looked perfectly normal.
Yes, it looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but...
Excuse me? What?
bad symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected. In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408.
That
means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed.
That explains why Phi could moon jump.
As you said before, the moon's gravity is about 1/6 that of Earth's. The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 second to hit the ground. On the moon, however, that time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything. The gravity constant is, well, a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same.
To answer your question, Miali, Rhode Island would probably be a crater if that reactor exploded.
But that reactor is not there.
Yes, I know. I'm just using an example.
So now we've established that on the moon, things fall 6 times slower than they do on Earth. That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back.
Huh?
You and Sigmund Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine. I'm sort of floating. Like that.
It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. Especially since that explains how how Phi could just straight up jump over all of us. In fact, it explains Phi's apparent superhuman strength quite well. Boing. I will never get tired of that.
Wait, this is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there. Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028. Today is January 27th.
In 29?
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
Just what year is this?
It's 74. 2074.
No. That's insane. That would mean that we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. It's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time.
That would be an explosion 130,000 times more powerful than Hiroshima. I can't put that into words.
The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
Oh, sorry, 180,000. My bad. Oopsies. Still a big one. What? Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident. Well, accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics. But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth, and then it'd kill the virus off for good. On April 13th, in 2029, they put their plan into effect. That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors.
That's insanity.
Now the truth is, that's mostly just rumor. Nobody really knows what happened, but I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate "if I die, you're coming with me" gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they all lost it long before they got to the reactors, killing most of the world. No matter how bad things had gotten, it was not a sane plan, even if it wasn't directly responsible. Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. Point is, it happened. You ever heard of nuclear winter? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosion threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years.
7 years?
Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back.
I can make a guess of who's in the pods now, but they don't make sense. Well, We know it can't be Dio. It's not Tenmyoji. It's not Sigma. It's not K. And by extension, it's not Quark. That would leave Alice, Clover, Phi, and and it can't be Luna. So it would be Alice, Clover, and Phi. Unless Phi is also a golem.
Plants started blooming again, and the animals that had died out completely began to reappear. Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now. There's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air. That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red. Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty.
Because there's... I'm honestly not sure. I know it has to be Clover, it has to be Alice, and unless they shared a pod, it's either Phi or Sigma.
So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There was no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074. But why? Why were we all there? Why were we then? I was so lost in thought that I barely noticed Phi's approach.
Hey, Sigma, I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? In 9th? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma! Knock it off! Memento mori if the 9th lion ate the sun. If you rearrange the letters, you get the man on the moon rules the infinite time. See? You need 6 E's to get that, so they stuck an extra one in 9th.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AB project for one purpose.
That's a good question. How the hell did Dio get here?
To transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past. Those 2 people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
So, what are you getting at?
My God, you're slow. You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
All the way back to... Wait a minute. Are you saying that you think they're going to send us back 45 years?
Yeah. I'd bet on it.
So, the ultimate purpose of the AB project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about.
I think so.
In order to prevent it. That doesn't make any sense, though. I mean, we came from that same time period before it actually. So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest. Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
The grave. The one in the garden.
Well, come on. What are you waiting for? Let's go.
We turned and ran back to the pressure exchange chamber. The others were following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
We're going to go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all of this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there.
Oh, right. She basically raised him.
Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going to then. So am I. Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're serious? What the hell is going on?
Just shut up! Just shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need to do roll call. Once we get there, Akane will explain everything. With that, we head back through the airlock. Plus, I want to check up on Dio and kick his face in. Plus, how the hell are we going to get back to her? Yes, the 9 door is closed from that side. But Dio managed to sneak in, remember? So that means we could probably go in through that side too. See? I'm sure Akane will answer everything once we get inside.
Clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Oh. Okay then.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Yeah. The grave.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. To the garden. We came down through here. Most of my questions have already been answered.
Is Akane really under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No. I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. You see the keyhole on the grave? If I just insert this here, I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. With a quiet grinding, the grave began to shift.
What is this?
Look at that.
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1. Defrosting complete.
The reason why you can understand all this, Doom, is because the game's doing a very good job of explaining it all.
Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes. Once Stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Right. Cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people into cold sleep. It uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Miss Akane's like an ice cube?
I think
Then
so.
we gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one. Well, I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB project.
The AB project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps. We speculated that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles.
They learned that by doing the Nonary game the first time.
Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life or death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna need a little more.
In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain. Very well, I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course, more specifically, Los Angeles, California, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine. Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Yes, in preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking, as I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Hope.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind. Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat of mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs.
Oop, that's a mix-up.
Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here. All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me. I was a fool and fell for it.
Fell for nothing.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying you couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it.
I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth.
Ha!
What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, we headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio. His real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago.
Oh, shit!
Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier? The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed, at least not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan.
Blow it up.
If he cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper. We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
Yes, continue, please. No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here. The rest of you were brought to this facility. But I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma, in another timeline.
Yeah. Well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay, let's get started then. Ready?
Phi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. Yeah, anytime.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
What the? What? Suddenly, my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and I saw my own face. I'd never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with turbocurarine, and that was the end of that. But wait, if the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No. Oh my god, you're...
Yes, I am.
Akane Kurashiki.
You know, usually I hate being bamboozled, but I'll let it slide.
It's you, June. I mean, Akane, from... But you're old.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover. Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane, long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do not to collapse right then and there.
When? How long?
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse?
Damn right.
Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did at least. I carried your bodies to the third AD room, and then took Dio's to the fifth. After that, I went into the first room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you, and then Luna took your body to the sixth room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat. Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Hey, come on, what are you guys saying? Right here? Same face?
Huh?
Huh?
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma? Did you hit your head or something?
Huh? What? It didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future from 45 years ago.
Oh, I'm an old fart. I looked around frantically. A pond. I ran to it and threw myself down onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Just calm down, damn it. I struggled to take deep breaths, and then slowly, I peered into the pond, looking for my reflection. I get it now. What? No, this can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb. Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now. Zero, the mastermind of the AB project.
Yes, Doom. The real Zero... No, the real Sigma... The real K is the Sigma in the pod. Apparently, this is us. We are Zero.
Is you.
What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
I'm not a doctor.
You will be a pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
Create?
His name is Kyle Klein, your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle. Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's. If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that.
The suit.
You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the Nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place. I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul, or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch. That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
It's a 4-dimensional map.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making.
Our young soul is in the old body, but that means our old soul's now in the young body, isn't it?
A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028.
Like I said, it's a map.
You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future. I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker. In this case, however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on, if you continue along this line, what happens next? You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with radical 6.
Right. So each second was actually 6 seconds.
The virus slowed your brain down. So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes.
So Sigma didn't get frozen at all. Okay, that means that the people who were frozen were Clover, Alice, and Phi.
Now comes the important part. After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes. That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B, but this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Back to point E. Point A, December 25th, 2028. The day all of this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating.
Rotating? I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path, with one exception.
This line here at point E, right?
Exactly. Point E is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes. By now, you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out by jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028.
Yes, that is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C, and for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But, look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon.
Soon?
Yes.
And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis. A moment balanced between life and death. That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
The knife! Dio's knife. No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fi! I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving towards Fi's chest. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Tu fui ego eris. What you are, I was. What I am, you will be. So he's already jumped. That's the ending. So now we're gonna look at all the vial. Wait, what?
You're not done.
I'm not done.
You're not.
Ah. The hell do you mean I'm not done? How far back am I gonna go?
It's complicated, but you'll see.
How much more of the game do I have to go through?
That last part.
Oh, this is the last? Okay. Yeah, apparently I'm still not done, Doom. Just gonna wait for this credits to be done, and then we'll see how much. I don't know, Doom.
I'd say maybe 30 minutes for the last segment.
Okay.
And then time for the file. It's
All
not
right.
that big.
Okay, good. Because at this point, if I had continued last night, I would be at 11 p.m. Just. Nakamura! That's right, there's still that one last question I have. A new destination has been added to the flowchart.
Oh, yeah.
I do have one last question. I'd like to know if it will be answered in this timeline. Who is the person in the Zero mask?
That's obvious. Come on.
Alright, here we go again. Let's do the time warp again.
Today is April 13th,
Oh, trigger warning.
Trigger warning?
This is
Okie
the evening
dokie.
news.
Trigger warning. Possible suicide, possible terrorist attacks, just trigger warning. Lots of trigger warnings. I'll give you guys like 10 seconds to go find something else. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks. It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day. I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
Jesus. For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until with a click it disappeared too. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. Akane?
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me!
Killed?
I guess technically you're going to kill me 45 years from now, but still!
Hey, no need to be rude about it. I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay?
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me and Phi?
Yes. I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump. Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon.
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle. Only a few last-minute checks and additions. You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are, and she still is.
Then that means that after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body.
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Then when she goes to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right?
Correct.
Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So, why don't you just stick me in one of those pods?
We can't do that.
Why not?
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project. After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets. You will also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the 3rd AB room. Once you've done that,
The 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out. And you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history. Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die. Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
So, what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Ah, crap. Then we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds. We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait, how do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus, so I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point. A woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
My arms and my right eye? What the hell? Suddenly, a low rumble shook the building. Oh, it started! Goody! What was that?
Go have a look.
Oh, goody. The bombs have gone off. Well, the explosions of the reactors, I mean. I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly towards the sky. The reactor's gone off. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would be successful. No, Moss. Not Fallout 5. It's like Fallout 2029 at this rate. 42 hours, 46 minutes. God damn it.
A new destination has been added to your flowchart.
So, do I go back to the infirmary, or?
Well, you should finish it.
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle?
Ah, yes. Of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I wiped it off with my sleeve, and my reflection stared back at me. So the true ending is in the next game. God damn it! I'm not playing that right now. I'm not playing that after this one. I need a break from this series. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to...
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question. One I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Climb was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him, but even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Climb? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The spitting image of Sigma Climb in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden.
I'm not playing Zero Time Dilemma next. I need a break from the series.
And she drew a knife and attacked Phi. How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
I'm pretty sure I have it in my community posts. I'll check in a minute.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Phi, right?
Yes.
Why am I here?
The doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the doctor is Sigma Climb, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes, I've been administering Soparil whenever he gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right. Mr. Klein.
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return them? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Climb now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You're gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened. Grammar doesn't work that way. Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway. Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up.
Yes, I probably will play AI after I'm done with this franchise, but I need a goddamn break.
Let's go northwest, he says. So they take the northwestern road. But about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body just before they reach the junction. He remembers everything. So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy. And they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Oh, right. Okay, 9 people then. What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories, friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives. How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt. Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, all right? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine. There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Bye, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
No point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course, he is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew. She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here. She's not anywhere.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns. Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we were completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand, but...
Kinda sucks, though. I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Ten Myoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed.
And you two would probably also be infected.
But
it's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different? How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have 2 Clovers and 2 Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Schrodinger's
cat.
Oh, hey, Kyle. Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up.
Is there a time machine?
Want me to start it?
Sure.
Glad to see you. There isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you. However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all of your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
Yo, why me?
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Oh, right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a merman or a wolfman. I'm not a Brahmin or Kamen or Ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct? Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out, and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose together you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Fortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the 2 versions of you to swap places. You moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor. It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use V1 plus V2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations it works, even if it isn't technically correct. So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about right. As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't. Why would all of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about. You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
So many questions. Akane!
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Climb. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle? Or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking. He has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here? I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent the spread of the virus. For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
Then who am I?
One thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching point B from point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028. Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world. Phi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be. If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine.
So, we're neither Sigma nor Kyle. We are the player.
Remember what I've told you. Only you can change history. Only you can save the world.
Jesus, my brain. We're neither Kyle nor Sigma. We are the player, as Miali says.
Congratulations, you're not done.
No, not yet. Let me just jump to here. Because now I can look at all the files. All the 6... Oh, Lord, there's so many. Hell. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. This is where you play the AB game. It appears to be an elevator car. There are 6 AB rooms in the warehouse on the floor A. From the left, they're referred to as 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. The interior of the room is identical to the others, with a voting device on the wall and a hatch in the ceiling. The AB gate. This refers to the door of the AB room. Most elevator doors open horizontally, but this one opens and closes vertically. Most elevators also include a safety feature that prevents the doors from closing on anything that obstruct it. These doors have no such safety feature. So, this is just going to explain some stuff and give us some context on everything. Each participant has a bracelet attached to their left wrist. If a participant breaks the rules or fails to fulfill certain conditions, then a set of 4 needles in the bracelet will inject them with the 2 chemicals in succession. There are only 2 situations which cause the bracelet to come off. The person wearing it completes the game and escapes, or their heart stops beating. Attempting to break the bracelet or attempting to force it off will be considered a violation of the rules. AI is short for artificial... Wait, what? Oh, I'm being told that in this case AI stands for artificial intelligence, which is another thing entirely. I am not reading the top part. Screw you. Word 0 the third says before he leaves. There are a few variations. Have a nice trick, have a nice trap, have a nice traitor. A device built by Tom Kwan in Boise, Idaho. An Idaho commuter. That's actually a lie. A quantum computer is a highly advanced machine that uses quantum phenomena such as superposition and entanglement to perform calculations. Let's say, for example, that you want to determine the prime factors of 5183. A Van Neumann style computer, let's call him Paul, you would say, can I divide it by 2, 3, 5, and just run up through the numbers like that until he got the answer. Mr. Kwan, on the other hand, the computer, not the imaginary computer, would just look at this and say, obviously it's 71 times 73. A traditional computer with n bytes can only be in one of 2 to the power of n states at once, but a quantum computer with n qubits can be in up to 2 to n states simultaneously. This means a quantum computer can complete calculations that are currently impossible. Someone has written 2 Milkmen Go comedy on the wall in the warehouse of floor A. Presumably it refers to a pair of milkmen visiting a comedy club. The sentence construction, however, is obviously wrong. There must be a reason why. On to page 2. The Nonary Game is a deadly game that the 9 people have been forced to play. The official name is Nonary Game Ambidex Edition. As part of the Nonary Game, the participants must also play the Ambidex Game, or AB Game. What is the purpose of the Nonary Game? To escape by walking through the door marked with the number 9. How do you open the number 9 door? By having at least 9 BP. How do you earn BP? Go to the AB room and play the AB game. How do you enter the AB room? Next to the AB game is a card reader. Just slide the designated card key into it, and with it, the doors will open. Where are the key cards? Behind the colored doors. Ugh. We've seen this way too many times. In addition to a number, each bracelet will say either solo or pair. Each color will have 3 bracelets, 1 solo and 2 pairs. The 2 people who have the same color pair bracelets will share the same fate and must vote together as one. This refers to bracelet points. The number of BP you have will be displayed on your bracelet. If your BP is greater than 9, then you can open the door and escape. However, if your BP drops below 0, then the needles built into the bracelet will activate. The number 9 door. This door is found in the warehouse on floor A. Anyone with 9 or more BP can open the door and escape the Nonary Game. So, in a sense, this door could be considered the ultimate goal of the participants. Once the number 9 door closes after someone with 9 BP has opened it, there is no way to open it again. During this explanation, Zero the Third said that the number 9 door cannot stay open for more than 9 seconds. That's not strictly correct, however. The time period Zero the Third is referring to is the time when the door is fully open. That means that if one takes into account the time when the door is opening and when it's closing, it's open for somewhat more than 9 seconds. Also, I just realized, those safes... Oh my god. Those safes are basically Schrodinger's cat. That's why whenever we put in the different codes, different things would pop up. God damn it. Total lunar eclipse. Let's keep going. At certain times, the sun, earth, and moon align in such a way that the moon is completely within the earth's shadow. This causes the moon to appear reddish-brown in color as light from the sun passes through Earth's atmosphere and reflects off the moon's surface. Incidentally, the game refers to a lunar eclipse on New Year's Eve 2028, which is, or rather will be, an actual event. It will be visible only in the Eastern Hemisphere at 1652 UT. Damn it, we live in the Western one. Soparil Beta. One of the drugs used by Nonary Game bracelets and an extremely powerful anesthetic. It is the first drug injected when a participant breaks one of the rules. This drug also appeared in Virtue's last reward sister title, 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. It was created by Mr. H, who was the president of Cradle Pharmaceuticals and appeared in 999. He developed it by extracting and purifying an alkaloid from a variety of mandrake. High usage can lead to some side effects, including severe memory loss, and can be also aerosolized and used as an anesthetic or knockout gas. Turbocurarine is one of the drugs used by the Nonary bracelets and an extremely powerful muscle relaxant. This is the second drug injected in bracelets if the rule is broken. The turbocurarine is injected 9 minutes after the Soparil. It causes the respiratory muscles to cease functioning and the body perishes from lack of oxygen. Turbocurarine is a component in some of the poisons used by indigenous populations in South America, who tip their arrows with the poison when hunting. It can be counteracted with a cholesterols inhibitor, but it is not clear if the Nonary Game facility has any of this antidote available. An acronym for the Automatic Diagnosis and Analyzing Machine. This device uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose anyone put into it. It's similar to the MRI machines you might find in modern-day hospitals, only much smaller and much more efficient. An advanced computer built into the device can automatically diagnose most issues and ailments. If the subject of diagnosis is already deceased, the item can perform a virtual autopsy to determine cause of death. Good God. My tongue's already starting to get twisted. We've seen that newspaper excerpt many times. When an epidemic spreads beyond a certain area, it becomes a pandemic. Some historical pandemics include cholera, typhoid, tuberculosis, black plague, and smallpox. Certain influenza outbreaks have also reached pandemic or near-pandemic levels of infection. In Spain in 1918, an influenza outbreak was said to have caused the deaths of 40 to 50 million people. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Right, I don't need the notebook anymore. Get over there. Okay. Radical 6. A powerful virus whose worldwide spread is an integral part of this story. If you want to know what Radical and 6 mean, you'll just have to play this game to find out. It's a powerful syringe that uses easily swappable vials. Primary chromatic doors. There are a total of 7 varieties of chromatic doors in the Nonary game facility, one for each of the following colors: cyan, magenta, yellow, red, green, blue, and white. The primary chromatic doors will open at a specified time. Participants can see how much time is left until the primary door is opened by pressing the buttons on both sides of their bracelets. Several conditions must be met by the group that enters this primary door in order for the secondary door to open. There must be 2 pairs of bracelets and 1 solo bracelet. The colors of all 3 bracelets must together form either the color of the door that they are trying to enter or of its contemporary color. That's kind of hard to remember, so let's look at it like this instead. All this. We've already seen the results several times. I don't think I should read this. A collection of films that Tenmyoji has gathered. Their content isn't really explicit per se, but they still aren't really appropriate for someone Quark's age. It should be noted that the term does not imply the videos contain grandpas or grandma-like actors. So finally, we'll have some context for Sigma's cat problem. Sigma has a strange verbal and possibly psychological tic, which causes him to make cat puns whenever he talks about cats. The cause of this behavior seems to be an experience he had as a child. When Sigma was in preschool, there was a deserted house near his school that everybody called the Cat Mansion. He would always love cats, so that every day he would just visit the Cat Mansion and would give the cats that lived there some of his lunch. One day he realized that he could understand what the cats were saying to one another. A magical black cat appeared and told him that it had given him this gift in exchange for giving food to its fellows. But, the magical cat said, "You can never tell anyone about your gift," the magical cat warned. "If you do, you will be cursed." But young Sigma was so happy about his newfound ability that he slipped and told a girl about it. So the black cat cursed him. His curse was to speak only in cat puns for the rest of his life. Fortunately, a magical white cat came along soon afterwards, felt the curse was a little too harsh, and lessened it so that he would only talk in cat puns whenever he talked about cats, and they lived happily ever after. So that's how Nyala was made. A device that converts sound into electronic signals and transmits them over a wire so they can be decoded and played back to the other end. It's useful for speaking to people who are far, far away. The invention of the telephone is generally credited to Alexander Graham Bell in 1876, but there's dispute in some circles as to whether or not this is the truth. In the game, there is a phone in one of the cabins. It can't call outside to the facility, of course, but what if you tried something like 5309 or 6969? Well, now I've got to try that. Hold on. Hello, can I help you? Hey, I got your number on the wall. Huh? She hung up. Yeah. That's a little too rich for my blood, thanks. Okay. The Golem. The golem is an anthropomorphic creature from Jewish folklore. Golems are made from clay and will obey any orders given to them by their creators without question, although they tend to take the instructions very literally. A golem is created by performing a holy ritual, then kneading the clay into the shape of a person, then chanting a spell and writing the Hebrew word emet, truth, on the golem's forehead. Erasing the E changes the word to met, which is Hebrew for death. Doing this deactivates the golem. One of the golems found in the Nonary Games facility. He is discovered lying on the maintenance table in the Golem Bay. His product ID is GTMCMGOLM. He asked to be referred to by the last bit, which is of course Golm. Much to his surprise, this ends up being pronounced like Golem anyway. On the side note, GTMCMGOLM stands for Golem type male Cockney model number Golem. He talks in Cockney. The Chinese room is a thought experiment developed by the American philosopher John Searle to contest some of the ideas about artificial intelligence. The experiment itself is explained in more depth in the game, but the general ideas behind it is to pose a question: do intelligent responses indicate actual understanding? Searle contests that a computer could be programmed to respond intelligently in conversation with humans, so much so that it would seem to be human itself, but that it would not necessarily, or perhaps could not, actually understand what it was saying. Of course, this raises the question, how can we know that human minds are not, in essence, Chinese rooms? Can we really say that we understand the things that we say, or are we just simulating understanding? The Turing test is designed to gauge the computer's ability to exhibit intelligent behavior. First, is developed by British mathematician Alan Turing. The test has 3 participants: a human judge, a human subject, and a machine. The judge engages in conversation with the human and the machine, and if the judge cannot determine who is the machine and who is the human, the machine is considered to have passed the Turing test. When Fi mentions that perhaps she and her companions have been captured to perform a test, she is referring to the Turing test. An acronym for General Purpose Autonomous Labor Electronic Machines. Golems are robots developed and sold by an American corporation called Hephaestus Systems. I'm sure that will come up next game. Some of the units in the facility, however, have their software significantly enhanced by Zero Senior. A portion of them have also been given ABT created by Zero Senior. Incidentally, ABT stands for Artificial Biological Tissue. The gist of Golem's somewhat rambling explanation is that the center of thought doesn't necessarily have to reside in the body. In the case of Golem, the self clearly resided in the mainframe and operated the body remotely. Since a self-aware robot could exist this way, he theorized what would prevent humans from doing the same. If humans are actually being controlled by an outside force, then is there any actually such a thing as free will? Oop, uh-oh. Almost halfway done. 4th intercostal left, between 4th and 5th ribs, the upper left chest. A wound caused by a knife or other sharp objects. The wound margins are consistent with a stab wound. One sharp, one blunt. This is consistent with a knife wound. Most knives have one sharp cutting edge and one flat edge, which would produce this wound profile. This is the autopsy for the first stab wound with the old woman. The wound cavity, which is the depth of the wound. Frequently, this will match the length of the blade. The wound length, long ways of the wound, left in the epidermis. Usually, this corresponds with the height of the blade. The width of the blunt angle of the wound. Usually, this corresponds to roughly the width of the knife blade, allowing for elasticity of the skin. A coroner is not to be confused with a coroner. A coroner is a government official who assists law enforcement by investigating the causes of death and dealing with the paperwork and logistics surrounding corpses. It can also be used colloquially to refer to someone who performs these duties, whether or not they are actually employed by the government. For a long time, I actually wanted to be one. An autopsy is a post-mortem surgery that examines the body in detail to determine what might be the cause of death and evaluate any diseases or injuries that might be present. It is also super gross. Luminol is an organic compound with a chemical formula C8H7N302. When mixed with hydroxide salt and hydrogen peroxide, excuse me a moment, I need to sneeze. With hydroxide salt and hydrogen peroxide, it will glow blue when it comes in contact with blood and certain other substances. This property has made it a useful tool in criminal investigations where it can reveal blood stains that have been cleaned up. Keep this in mind the next time you're contemplating how to deal with your neighbors listening to death metal at 3 in the morning. At first glance, Kay's bracelet seems to be different from the others. Specifically, it appears to be attached to his suit. Although the design is slightly different, it is not actually a part of his suit. The bracelet is attached directly to his wrist, with the face looking out through a hole in his armor, just like with the other bracelets. It will only come off when he escapes or when his heart stops beating. Generalized amnesia, a memory condition where the sufferer retains knowledge such as language, social communication, social common sense, and so on, but memories of their own past and personality disappear. Its cause is usually psychological, but in rare cases it can be caused by serious head trauma. Kay suggested that an extremely painful breakup may have been the cause of this condition. But generalized amnesia usually requires a much more powerful trigger than breaking up with someone. In fact, a painful breakup often has the opposite effect. You want so desperately to forget that, but find that to be impossible, which leads to all sorts of other mental disorders. Oh, so the person sitting behind me says. Twice cooked pork. A sige. I'm not going to try and pronounce that. It is made by pan-frying pork, cabbage, bell peppers, and green onions with doubanjiang or tianyanjing for flavor. A paella, a Spanish dish where one cooks rice, meat, seafood, and vegetables in a shallow pot seasoned with saffron. That sounds so good. Nasi goreng, an Indonesian dish made with pan-fried rice seasoned with sambal, manis, and terasi. Schnitzel. It's a German dish made by mixing together meat, flour, eggs, and breadcrumbs, then frying the mixture in butter or lard. I'm not gonna try. It's a Korean dish. The process involves stewing beef, vegetables, namul, and powdered chili peppers together very slowly. The resulting meal is very spiced. Yeah, nope, not for me. Borscht. It's a Russian dish. Preparation is very simple. You just stew meat and vegetables together for a long time. The finished meal is garnished with beets and sour cream. Tom kha gai. It's a Thai dish made by stewing chicken, chili peppers, ginger, and nampula and coconut milk. Very spicy. Not for me. Chef's pasta. Whatever the chef feels like making. Sometimes you don't know what it is until you take a bite. Sometimes you don't even know then. Yeah. Word 03 says before he leaves, here are a few more variations. Have a nice trauma, have a nice trace, have a nice trumpet. Okay, here we go. An emerging religious organization with rapidly growing membership. Some figures claim their congregation numbers over 1 million in countries across the world. Originally, the organization called itself Free the Soul of Y, but later dropped off of Y to become simply Free the Soul. The founder of the religion is known only as Brother, and his true identity is a mystery. Only a small number of the highest-ranking members have ever seen him. The doctrine of Free the Soul demands that its adherents separate themselves from the world, free themselves of lust, and release their souls from the physical bodies so that they can become purified. Its followers believe that they will be born again as a new race and that the world will be transformed into a place of equality with no conflict or poverty. Considering how a peaceful world of equality with no conflict or poverty usually plays out in movies, they seem like a pretty scary group of people. Free the Soul is a powerful new religious order dedicated to establishing a new world order, and the Myrmidons are their elite frontline soldiers in that secret war. The general public knows nothing about the Myrmidons, but their actions have put them on watch lists of intelligence communities across the globe. Rumors say that all Myrmidons have the same face, suggesting that they may all be clones of a single person. No one knows where this rumor comes from, but I can tell you that it is a very credible source. Brother is the founder of Free the Soul, although he prefers not to be referred to as such. As a child, he had a younger brother whom he was very fond of. Unfortunately, the worst happened, and the younger brother was murdered. Rage and despair filled Brother, and for 9 days and 9 nights, he was consumed by his own misery. On the morning of the 10th day, however, he had a revelation. Mankind was rife with base desires and needed to be purified, so that a new world could come into being. God had spoken to Brother and given him a mission. Brother dedicated his life to realizing the mission, and at the age of 26, he established Free the Soul of Y. He claims that Y is a symbol for miracles. Here's some information that isn't relevant to revealed in the game. The bracelet put on the left wrist of the 9 participants in the Ambidex game has an important feature that's never mentioned. As soon as it's put on, a needle on the underside activates and inserts itself into the wearer. That doesn't necessarily mean that it injects a drug, only that it activates and pierces the skin. Maybe there's something on the needle, or maybe there isn't. All that's certain is that when someone puts on the bracelet, they get poked. Ow! Why? Okay, we're almost halfway there. This refers to the Ambidex game. It's fair to assume that AB is short for Ambidex, but it also represents 2 choices that each player is given, A and B, ally or betray. When using the voting machine in the AB room, each player must choose either ally or betray before the time limit is up. These are just the rules. A round of the AB game is played between the members of the group that went through the previous chromatic doors. The 2 members of the pair play against the single solo. Each party can choose to whether cooperate or betray. The BP of each player will change The BP of each player will change depending on that choice. If you break the rules, or if your BP falls below 0, you will be penalized. More specifically, a set of needles in your bracelets will be activated, injecting you with the 2 different drugs. In other words, the penalty for failure is death. The machine used by the participants of the AB game to register their votes. It uses a touch panel and is not to be mistaken for the ATM. The manual found in the PEC contains the following text in reference to these suits. The air inside this facility is kept at a very high pressure relative to the outside environment. This is to prevent air contaminated by the virus from entering. All persons wishing to exit the facility must proceed through the pressure exchange chamber in order to prevent the spread of the virus and maintain a sterile environment. All persons entering the PEC must wear a specialized hazmat suit. Anyone not wearing a suit will not be allowed to enter the PEC. Scotch is a type of whiskey made in Scotland. Its unique aroma comes from the peat used in its manufacture. Scotch is Tenmyoji's favorite drink. He often claims that a little scotch should scratch this itch after returning for work, which annoys Quark. Root beer float is a well-known drink made by putting a scoop of vanilla ice cream in some root beer, also known as a black cow. Quark has taken to saying root beer floats my boat, which warms Tenmyoji's heart. Aww. Okay, halfway done. The facility has 2 stories. The top floor is referred to as Floor A, and the bottom floor is called Floor B. The A and B supposedly stands for above and below. There's a rumor that the floors were actually named after a particular Swedish pop rock group from the 70s, but everyone involved in this project has insisted that it is a vile and hurtful lie. When the body is infected with Radical 6, the processing speed of the brain is reduced. If we assume that the brain currently operates on a scale of 1-to-1 basis with regards to time, Radical 6 reduces this to 1 to 0.408. This means that for each second that passes outside, the patient feels only 1.408 seconds have passed inside. Therefore, when 1 second has passed inside, approximately 2.45 seconds, or Radical 6 seconds, has passed outside. This is why the virus has been termed Radical 6. Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide. One theory holds that the disparity in time perception causes the brain to be flooded with massive amounts of information. Unable to keep up, it begins to fail. Whatever the cause, the infected invariably attempt to take their own lives, which is arguably the most terrifying aspect of this virus. Research suggests that a targeted antiviral could kill or at least disable Radical 6, but thus far we have been unable to develop one. It seems our best hope now is to harvest antibodies from someone with a natural immunity to the virus. We've already seen this read out to us several times. It sounds like someone named a doll Jumpy, but why? The secret of Quark's hat. Don't you just think his hat looks kind of weird? There's that huge band that just wraps around his head. Is he hiding a pair of Ferengi ears? Or maybe he's just a young Lobot. Well, this is just between you and me, but he's got missiles in there. The sides of his hat are hiding those pods, but you see, on helicopters are SAM sites. Except these missiles are tiny, and when he gets in trouble, both sides of the hatch open up and they just fly out all at once like pshh. I'm just kidding. Actually, he keeps snacks hidden in there. Excalibur is an antiviral medicine made to counteract Radical 6. More specifically, it's an antibody with a natural resistance to the virus. It was found and extracted from an individual in 2038, and then replicated using the IG replicator. An Excalibur injection is the only known way to fight off a Radical 6 infection. The treatment pod is an amazing machine that augments an individual's natural ability to heal, strengthens their immune system, accelerates their metabolism, and can cure many otherwise incurable diseases. In addition, it can creation personalized medicine, perform gene therapy, and even repair the effects of radiation damage. What an incredible machine. That's a typo. It's not that incredible if it can't cure Radical 6, you say. Yes, well, I guess you've got the point. But don't you worry. It also has a function called cold sleep, using cast to freeze the entire body without damaging it. That way, even if the disease you have can't be cured, you can be frozen until a cure is found. Cold sleep. There's generally two types of cold sleep. The first type involves lowering your internal body temperature. This reduces your basal metabolic rate and induces a state similar to hibernation. In other words, your body is still actively functioning, just very, very slowly. The other sort of cold sleep is the one in this game. It involves freezing your body essentially locked. Wow, I am tired. Freezing your body to essentially lock it in whatever state it was. Until recently, this was impossible because the expansion and crystallization that took place during freezing process would irrevocably damage human tissue. In the world where this game takes place, however, CAS technology has overcome this hurdle, and has made cryonics a reality. The resuscitation rate is nearly 100%. In fact, you'd be much more likely to die in a plane crash, which means that freezing yourself to visit the future is safer than flying from Tokyo to Miami. Blah. CAS stands for Cells Alive System. It allows organic tissue to be safely and non-destructively frozen. In this game, CAS is used to put people in cold sleep. It's super cool as a subject with a magnetic field and causes them to freeze almost instantly, preventing crystallization. In real life, the problem comes when you try to thaw something out, which also must be done instantly. In this game, however, the technological magic of the treatment pod makes this returning to cold sleep possible. November 2018, 16 children were reported missing. In actuality, 18 children were taken, but 2 more were never reported. The person in charge was someone we will refer to as H. The purpose of the game was to conduct experiments on morphogenetic resonance, with the children as test subjects. I won't go into the first specifics here, but the short version is that this was the first Nonary game. November 1st, 2027, a total of 9 people participated in this session. They were abducted, just as the children had been, but this time H was not in charge of the group. Clover was a participant in both games, and now she finds herself playing the Nonary game yet again. Esper Residence. In this context of this game, Espers are people with the ability to access the morphogenetic field. An Esper can increase the strength of their signal by being close proximity to other Espers. Assuming that they are the strongest signal will absorb any weak ones nearby and use them to amplify its own strength, sort of like waves. The biggest wave adds the amplitude of smaller waves to its own and then covers them up. Following the 9 people who participated in the Nonary game that Clover claims to have been a part of, Ace is a middle-aged man, Snake is Clover's older brother, his real name is Light. Santa is an arrogant, uncooperative young man. Clover is still Clover, just younger and with a jacket. Junpei is the hero of 999. June is Junpei's childhood friend. Her real name is Akane Kurashiki. 7 is the amnesiac detective. Lotus is the attractive programmer who has 2 daughters. Kubota is a skittish man. He gets blown up. Neostigmine is a type of carbamate compound which acts as a reversible VAT inhibitor, exciting the parasympathetic nerve. This allows it to counteract the effects of the muscle relaxant tubocurarine. It can be delivered with an injection gun like the one you see here. 6 more. Ice 9 is a special form of water with a melting point of 36 degrees Celsius. In other words, it freezes at room temperature. The idea of Ice 9 was originally put forth by the American science fiction author Kurt Vonnegut. His version of Ice 9 has a melting point of 45.8 degrees Celsius. There's a rumor that says all the water in Alice's body is actually Ice 9. Who knows whether it's true or not, but if it is, then she has to always keep her body temperature above 36 degrees Celsius. H refers to Gintaro Hongo. He was one of the characters who appeared in 999. He was the person who supervised the kidnapping of the children who participated in the Nonary game in 2018. He is the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals and is a devoted follower of Free the Soul, aka a real douchebag. Morphogenetic field theory. This theory holds that there is a sort of field where the forms, structures, patterns, etc. of everything in reality is stored. This includes abstract things like languages, songs, thoughts, inspiration, culture, customs, and ideas. Any information contained, transmitted, or created by the matter is held in the morphogenetic field. In the Zero Escape series, people who can communicate by accessing this field are known as Espers. If morphogenetic field theory is true, however, then it would mean that, in a sense, all humans are Espers of a sort. Immunoglobulin is an important part of the body's defenses against viruses, bacteria, and other invaders. It identifies and neutralizes certain threats. The IG replicator found in the lab gets its name from immunoglobulin. Integer factorization is the process of reducing a number to a series of numbers that, when multiplied together, give the original number. When taken to its logical conclusion, this will yield a list of prime numbers. For the purposes of factorization, one is not considered a prime. Here's an example of it. 2, 3, 5, 7, and 107 can only be divided by themselves or 1, which makes them their primes. A relatively well-known Latin phrase that might look like it's talking about being a... But what it actually means, something like, what you are, I was, what I am, you will be. Sometimes used as an epitaph, the implication is that the person in question was once alive, like the reader, but that the reader will someday also be dead. It's a little ominous, I suppose. The Special Office of Internal Security, or SOIS, is an elite intelligence organization under the jurisdiction of the Department of Defense. They investigate potentially disruptive or dangerous elements such as domestic or foreign terrorists, radical political splinter groups, and religious organizations with extreme agendas that could pose a threat to the state or to the citizenry. Their stated purpose is to maintain peace, but their charter authorizes them to arrest, detain, or even kill. Scary. Just give me a second. I need to work out the kinks in my tongue. Okay. We've already seen this. This is the prisoner's dilemma. Do you betray your partner, or do you stay silent? In the AB games, however, sometimes the most rational choice isn't always the best one. The antimatter bomb. This bomb uses the energy generated by the collision of particles and antiparticles. So how does it work? Vi explains. We've already heard her explain this. The detonator. This is a device that will detonate an antimatter bomb. Technically, it's called a remote triggering detonation signal device, but that takes a really long time to type out, so we'll just call it a detonator. This particular device has two modes of operation, immediate and delay. Pressing the switch when you're less than a meter away from the bomb will trigger the immediate mode, and the bomb will detonate immediately. If you're more than a meter away from the bomb, however, pressing the switch will activate the delay mode, and the bomb will explode in 30 minutes. A cybernetic arm is a device originally created to weaponize genetically engineered psychic bears. I'm just kidding. It's actually an arm augmented for... Not really. In truth, the arm is for mysterious... A cybernetic arm is actually a mechanical limb that you can control with your mind. Really, it has a titanium alloy for bones, and those are covered with ABT. The ABT even has artificial nerves so that you can feel pain through it, just like a real arm. It has veins that connect to the rest of your body. So if you inject medicine into a cybernetic arm, it'll flow into the rest of your body. Jesus. Luna's necklace. The necklace Luna is never seen without has a cage containing a blue bird hanging from it. If you twist the key on the bottom, it will play music. Someone special gave it to her as a gift, and she says it reminds her of the following lesson. Search for happiness wherever you can, because the search itself is what will make you happy. The 3 laws of robotics were created by science fiction author Isaac Asimov and play a large part in this robot series, and they are as follows. Later on, Asimov also developed another preceding rule known as Zeroth Law, which first appears in his story Robots and Empire. Zero. A robot may not harm humanity or by inaction allow all of humanity to come to harm. Clearly, the Zeroth Law has priority over the first 3, so the first law would have the unwritten addendum except where this would conflict with the Zeroth Law. Whether or not 016 was aware of this law is unclear, but in any event, 016 did act in accordance with it. For some reason, Sigma, or perhaps the author, seems to be naturally obsessed with swimsuits. Why is that? Was he involved in a horrible swimsuit accident? Now repressed. In his youth, did he have a crush on a girl in the swim team who put her Olympic aspirations ahead of any possible romance? Is he just a perv? The world may never know. This device can be used in an emergency to deactivate the antimatter bombs hidden throughout the facility. It doesn't really have any official name. Sometimes it's just called the designated computer terminal, but sometimes it's just called the input device. The device has a really small QWERTY keyboard beneath an LCD display. On the top is a large black cable, which can be attached to the bomb you wish to deactivate. Entering the correct password on the keyboard will stop the detonation. In a general sense, an antimatter reactor is a system that generates electricity, or some other form of power, from matter-antimatter reactions. This facility uses hydrogen and antihydrogen. The reactions power a turbine which generates energy and powers everything in the facility. It looks like a gigantic octopus, but it's definitely not edible, no matter how you cook it. Please do not cook the spicy octopus. A particular type of antimatter. Normal hydrogen atoms have 1 proton and 1 electron, but an anti-hydrogen atom has the opposite, 1 antiproton and 1 positron. In November 2010, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CREN, issued a statement announcing that they had captured an anti-hydrogen atom. They claimed that they had gathered 38 of them. In fact, and managed to hold them in a special container for 0.2 seconds. Less than 6 months later, in 2011, they managed to capture several more anti-hydrogen atoms and contain them for more than 1,000 seconds. Although the creation and storage of antimatter is still a difficult obstacle, these results suggest that antimatter reactors may actually someday be possible. TNT is often used as a reference point when discussing the power of explosive devices. Specifically, explosive power is usually described by tonnage. The amount of energy for 1 ton of TNT produces is approximately 4.184 gigajoules. This means that an explosive device with an output of 1 megaton generates 4.184 petatons. TNT stands for Trinity Tallow, Trinidad yes. Trinitrotoluene. Blah, blah, blah. Trinitrotoluene. That's it. It's one of the most common explosives, which is how it came to be known as a reference point. A kilogram of TNT has 4.184 megajoules of energy, but a kilogram of butter has 30 megajoules. Butter is some dangerous stuff. It's just that it doesn't release all of its energy at once like TNT. In fact, if you took an average person and caused all the fat in their body to detonate like TNT, it would blow up a city block. E equals mc squared is Einstein's famous equation, but simply it means that energy is equal to mass times the speed of light squared. It describes how much energy you get by annihilating matter with antimatter, which is a lot, but it also carries an interesting implication that with enough energy, you could theoretically create matter. The amount of energy you get by combining 350 milligrams each of matter and antimatter. We can get this number by using the equation E equals mc squared. Three more. 4B graffiti. Memento Mori. The ninth lion ate the sun. It appears to have been written in some sort of weird paint. Memento Mori is a Latin phrase that translates roughly to remember death/mortality. Ninth clearly refers to ninth, but it seems to have been spelled wrong, likely on purpose. Why? Perhaps it's an anagram like the words on the wall in the floor A warehouse. If it is, then what does this one mean? An hourglass displayed in the background is actually a 4-second timer. It doesn't have much practical use, except for maybe really impatient people. If you were at a restaurant waiting for your food to come out, for instance, hey, how long are you going to make me wait? I've already flipped this hourglass 100 times. Technically, 100 times would only be 400 seconds, which is 6 minutes and 40 seconds, but saying 100 times is much more dramatic, and therefore much more likely to get a desirable response from the waitstaff. Gentle points. These are a measure of how much a gentleman you are. Somewhere deep in the United Kingdom is an organization that tracks all gentlemen, determining their caliber based off of an ancient and Byzantine code collection of rules and guidelines. Every year during the spring, a representative of this organization conducts a cursory investigation of each member's behavior, or at least appears to, and then awards gentle points based on what they saw. The following formula is used. Old ladies escorted across the street, times the top hats owned, times puzzles solved, times the money given to gentlemen's racking organization equals the total gentle points. By the way, Professor Layton is absolutely on this list. It's a small survival knife. It has myrmidons stamped into the flat of the blade. There's blood on it, but whose blood? Several of the hallways on floor B use special locks indicated on the map by arrows. On the far side of each arrow is a lever. Pulling these levers will unlock the locks. Once this has been done, you can explore the entire area at your leisure. Oh, Lord. The principle of causality. The law of cause and effect. Specifically, that a cause must precede every effect. At the quantum level, however, things aren't quite as immutable. The principle of quantum superposition holds that any physical system, such as an electron, exists at least partially in all of its theoretical states of configurations. But when measurement gives a result corresponding to only one of them, a classic example of this is a double-slit experiment, where light appears to behave as both a wave and a particle. One of the interesting implications of this is that, in a sense, you are influencing the past by observing a system. You are defining the cause of an effect you witness, and in a way, altering the past. Normally I would comment here that the quantum level is where shit gets real, but given the nature of this phenomenon, it would seem like it would be more accurate to say that the quantum level is shit gets unreal. Knox's 10 Commandments. Ronald Knox is a mystery writer from the UK. He published the following as his rules for writing a mystery novel. 1. The criminal must be mentioned early on. All supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out. No more than one secret room or passage. No hitherto undiscovered poisons may be used, nor any appliance which would need a long scientific explanation. No one with extrasensory perception or similar powers can appear. No accident must ever help the detectives, nor must he ever have an unaccountable intuition which proves to be right. The detective must not commit the crime. The detective must declare any clues he may discover. The stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must conceal nothing from the reader. Twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unannounced. 2 more. 3 different types of card keys are generally found in the safes in each room and are used to open the AB gate. Without them, you can't open the AB gate to play the AB game, which means that you can't gain BP. In other words, getting one of these cards is the first step on your escape. The Sun key is used during the first round, the Moon key is for the second, and the Star key is for the third. A slingshot is an elementary device that uses a rubber to launch a small projectile. Frequently used by adolescent ne'er-do-wells, can be used as a necklace, but this is not recommended. The site in question was for a small simulated mission to Mars in the Nevada desert. On New Year's Eve 2028, the audio logs from the simulation contain a woman's voice, assumed to be one of the test subjects, saying the following. 6 of us are dead. Counting myself, there are only 3 left. I guess you could say I killed them. Well, that's not quite right. Not just them, not just these 6. All of them, all 6 billion. Most evidence seems to suggest that this was the beginning of the Radical 6 outbreak, and that the Nevada facility was the epicenter of the pandemic. The termite. A general term used to refer to the insects of the epifamily of Termitoridae, of the cockroach order of Blatodia. That's right, even though they are sometimes called white ants, termites aren't even in the same family as ants. They're in the cockroach family instead. Also, king crabs are in the hermit crab order, and remora is in the Perciformes order. So remoras are sharks? Word 03 says before he leaves. Here are a few more variations. Have a nice trouble, have a nice tragedy, have a nice trust. A term used in positional astronomy. Put simply, it means that when 2 celestial bodies appear near one another in the sky, when they are used in the context of our solar systems, it often refers to a position where a given celestial body is aligned with the Sun. For example, when Mars is on the opposite side of the Sun from Earth, it is considered to be in conjunction with the Earth. Mercury and Venus, which orbits close to the Sun, Mercury and Venus, which orbits closer to the Sun than the Earth does, have 2 types of conjunction. When they are hidden on the other side of the Sun, this is referred to as superior conjunction. When they are lined up on the near side of the Sun, that is called inferior conjunction. Tenmyoji's picture. This is the photograph that Tenmyoji was holding. The subject is of a girl named Akane Kurashiki. Akane was one of the people who appeared in this game's sister title, 999, as a childhood friend of Junpei, that title's main character. In 999, she was 21 years old. This picture was taken 9 years before then, when she was 12. Look at the left side of the picture. If you look closely, it almost looks like there's a man grinning in the background. Do you see him? Don't worry. If it seems a little strange, a spirit medium has told us that the person in this picture is a guardian angel who's looking after her. He must have shown up here because he heard what sort of destiny she had in store and decided to see how she was doing. What? I wish I could see without the text. I do not see it. The last page. The Minkowski space is a way of describing reality that adds a fourth dimension of time to the three dimensions of space. It was described by a German mathematician Hermann Minkowski, and therefore bears his name. It is also the name of a ski resort for miniature cows. Lagomorph is the scientific name for the order of which rabbits belong, and is Zero the Third's actual name. Tenmyoji and Alice. When they were split up at the red, blue, and green chromatic doors, Tenmyoji told Alice that there was something that he had to tell her. That something was, of course, his identity, and that he'd already known all about Alice in Ice 9. And not because he'd heard about it from Clover. After the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover, as a solo, was heard to say the following to Tenmyoji, her opponent. What the heck did you mean with all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then I... So what did Tenmyoji say to her? The same thing he'd meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was. That simple fact shook Clover's resolve, and he made her vote ally. It probably hadn't been his original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt he had no choice and picked betray. A can stand for after and B for before, but they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened within this facility is part of the AB project. So, who was Phi? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nonetheless, nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. Here's something a little more about the bomb deactivation passwords. Those passwords, they aren't just gibberish. There's something hidden in each one. I can only give you one hint plus one. There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop the secret archives here. Thank you for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. I am not going to figure out that secret. I'm going to just do that off screen, put it in the description.
Do you
comment.
want me to say it?
Please do. What is it?
Okay, so bomb 0, once decrypted, means my brother. Bomb 1, once decrypted, says...
Hold on.
Bomb 1 is Crash Keys. Bomb 2 is Freezy Soul. And Bomb 3 is Myrmidon.
Ah, okay. Well, thank you very much for saying that. I, on the other hand, am finally allowed to say that we are calling it here. That's everything in the game. And if I had continued playing last night, I would be at a whopping 12.5 hours. So, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for joining me all this time, Miali. And I will see you next time. Until next time, be sure to make an impact in someone's life today and make it a great one. I'll catch you all later. I am going to bed!